me when. Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to call the April 22nd, 2021 virtual board meeting to order. The time is 9:15. I apologize for running behind. We've had some technology issues this morning, but it is great to get going with our meeting. I'll start the meeting this morning with the board's mission statement and philosophy. Our mission statement. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. The board fulfills its mission through the regulation of the practice of nursing and the approval of nursing education programs. This mission, derived from the Nursing Practice Act, supersedes the interest of any individual, the nursing profession, or any special interest group. Our philosophy. Acting in accordance with the highest standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and openness, the Texas Board of Nursing approaches its mission with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility and affirms the regulation of nursing is a public and private trust. The board assumes a proactive leadership role in regulating nursing practice and nursing education. The board serves as a catalyst for developing partnerships and promoting collaboration in addressing regulatory issues. The public and nursing community alike can be assured of a balanced and responsible approach to regulation. I would like to welcome all of our board members, board staff, and audience this morning to this board meeting. This meeting is being held pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551.127 and in accordance with the governor's disaster declaration related to the COVID-19 pandemic and his subsequent orders. Before we begin this morning, I'd like to remind everyone to please keep their line on mute until they wish to address or speak to the board. And at that time, any individual wishes to speak to the board, they should unmute themselves, and then after completing their remarks, should return their line to mute. Please remember to turn off any apps and/or email that may be open or running on your devices for the duration of this meeting. Finally, please remember to mute and/or turn off any cell phones. I would also like to remind everyone that the meeting today is being recorded and at the same time is also being sent out through a live link to the board's YouTube channel for the public to be able to observe this meeting today as it takes place. We'll begin with the board member roll call. Ms. Kathy Thomas.
Good morning, Madam President and members. I'll call the roll. Daryl Chambers, representing consumers.
Present?
Present.
Yeah, okay, good.
Laura Disk, representing RN Practice.
Present.
Carol Hawkins, representing RN Practice.
Present.
Maisie Jameson, representing consumers. I believe Ms. Jameson is having some technical difficulties and will join us soon. Kathy Lederhorn, representing LVN Practice.
Kathy Lederhorn, present.
Allison Porter Edwards, representing Baccalaureate Nursing Education.
Allison Porter Edwards, present.
Tamara Rhodes, representing Associate Degree Nursing Education.
Tamara Rhodes, present.
David Saucedo, representing consumers.
David Saucedo, present.
Melissa Scott, representing LVN Practice. Ms. Scott is having some technical difficulties and will join us soon. Kathy Ship, representing Advanced Practice Nursing.
Kathy Ship, present.
Rick Williams, representing consumers.
Rick Williams, present.
And Kim Wright, representing LVN Practice.
Kim Wright, representing LVN Practice.
Present. So, Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with the introduction of staff.
Good morning,
Madam President, Ms. Thomas, I just wanted to say that the quorum is present in light of the two board members not being counted as part of that number. based on their technical difficulties. I just want to make sure that we recognize that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnston. Good morning, everyone. I'm Catherine Thomas. I'm the Executive Director of the board. Dusty?
Good morning, board members. Dusty Johnston, General Counsel for the board. Morning.
Mark?
Good morning, Mark Mayak, Operations Director.
Kristen?
Good morning, Kristen Benton, Director of Nursing.
Tony?
Good morning, Anthony Diggs, Director of Enforcement.
Looking around. Patricia?
Good morning, Patricia Vianis Cabrera, Executive Assistant.
Everybody, please be aware that other staff will join the meeting at the appropriate time as the agenda proceeds. Thank you.
And we have Tony.
Tony did introduce himself.
Did, okay, good. And we have Melissa Scott on. I see her picture, but I don't know if we have any sound. Melissa, can you hear us? Okay,
No, not yet.
not yet. Okay, and we have Dan Fletcher with IT
There it
that
is.
will be helping us very much today. Okay, board members and staff, let's get started with reviewing the agenda. Are there any changes, corrections, amendments to the full agenda? Okay, hearing none. Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Yes, Madam President, I move to approve the April 22nd, 2021 board meeting agenda.
Thank you. And do I have a board member that can give me a second?
Carol Hawkins, I second.
Okay. Thank you, Carol. Having a motion and a second to approve the agenda, if no objection from board members, the agenda is approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy, Rule 4. Board members, let's review the minutes from the January 21, 2021 board meeting and February 25th, 2021 emergency board meeting. Are there any corrections to either of those minutes? Okay, hearing none. Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, Madam President, I move to approve the minutes of January 21st, 2021 board meeting and the February 25th, 2021 emergency board meeting minutes.
Thank you. And is there a second to the motion to approve the minutes?
Rick Williams, second.
Thank you, Rick. Having a motion and a second to approve the minutes, if no objection from board members, the minutes are approved. This vote is being taken according to the Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy Rule 4. Let's move on to the consent agenda. Board members, are there any items on the consent agenda only that anyone would like to have pulled off the consent agenda?
Can you hear me?
Melissa? Yes, we can hear you. So we'll pause just a moment and welcome Melissa Scott, who represents LVN Practice, and she is present now.
Madam President,
Yes.
I don't know if this is important, but we did roll call, but we didn't do introduction of the members. Is that a necessity or is that something that we can?
Dr. Edwards, we stopped doing that since when I do the roll call, I do say who each person represents and the face is
So that
connected to each
eliminated
person.
that need. Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Okay,
It's in the
thank you.
script. So
Okay. All right, thank you. So at this point, we're looking at the consent agenda only. And Ms. Thomas, did you have a removal?
Yes, Madam President. Staff would like to remove 8.7.4, consideration of action in the matter of permanent certificate 3366964 issued to Stephanie Laughlin. That item should be pulled off the consent agenda and will be discussed on the full agenda.
Thank you. Continuing with the consent agenda, board members, are there any recusals for the consent agenda? So at this time, Kathy Ship will recuse from 8.1, agreed order of Kathy Lee Johnson, RN number 564372, LVN number 113176. She was a past student of mine. So are there any other additions or recusals? Excuse me, sorry. Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda item 8.1, agreed order of Kathy Lee Johnson, RN number 564372 and LVN number 113176, and removal of agenda item 8.7.4.
Yes, Madam President. I make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of agenda item 8.1, agreed order of Kathy Lee Johnson, RN number 564372 and LVN number 113176, and additionally 8.7.4 be removed.
Is there a second on the motion stated by Dr. Edwards?
Second.
Laura Disk, thank you. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. So if you will go to your board docs. And vote.
Madam President, this is Patricia. It appears that board member Daryl Chambers is not able to submit his vote.
Okay. Mr. Chambers, do you vote for?
Yes, I do vote for it.
Thank you.
All righty.
Can you add that, Patricia?
Yes, ma'am.
And the motion carries?
The motion carries. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 4, and then 2 recusals, as those board members have not been able to join yet, Maisie Jamison and Melissa Scott.
Well, those are not recusals. They're just absent
Right.
voting. Thank you. We'll now take a vote on consent agenda item 8.1, board order of Kathy Lee Johnson, RN number 564372 and LVN number 113176. Dr. Edwards, can I get a motion to approve the agenda item 8.1, board order of Kathy Lee Johnson, RN number 564372, LVN number 113176 on the consent agenda with my noted recusal on this item?
Yes, Madam President. I move to approve the consent agenda item 8.1, the agreed order of Kathy Lee Johnson, RN 564372 and LVN 113176 with the noted recusal of this item of Ms. Ship, Madam President.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
Carol
I
Hawkins.
second.
Okay, Laura Dis, thank you. So having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. So if you'll go to your board docs.
Madam President, I would just like to announce that Melissa Scott has been able to join us through audio. So she is now connected through us and can hear and vote. And she is not connected on board docs. I'm not getting her vote.
Okay. And I'm going to abstain, or you're going to put recuse under me?
Yes, ma'am, recuse. So Melissa Scott, if you'll please orally indicate whether you are for or against. Oh, she was able to do it. Yay. Okay, and Mr. Chambers, Daryl Chambers.
Yes, I'm for.
Mr. Chambers, may I ask, are you not getting the box that gives you the voting?
No, I'm not.
Okay, I will have that addressed. Thank you. So, Madam President, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 members for, 1 recusal, and 1 absent.
Great. So motion passes. So just before we go on, I just want the audience to know that the board members have read these reports and all. They're on the consent agenda and have had cases that they've read in preparation for the meeting. So sometimes it looks like we're going through information very fast, but we've covered this information and have come prepared for this meeting. And at this time, we have 349,000 RN, 106,000 LVN, and 38,000 APRN license that we regulate, and 217 schools of nursing. I also want to recognize on the consent agenda, if there are schools that are listening, so they all want to have full approval, and they work very hard to do this. So the approval status from initial approval to full approval, the College of Healthcare Professions in Houston, Texas, vocational nursing education program just achieved that. And that's a great achievement for them. And the change in approval status from full approval with warning to full approval for Beltec Career Institute in Houston, Texas, vocational nursing education program. And then consideration of change in approval status from full approval with warning to full approval, and a report of their site visit, Vista College in El Paso, Texas, vocational nursing education program. So these are great accomplishments, and many times the schools are with us when we are face to face. And so we are really proud of these schools. It takes a lot of work, and they're maintaining their scores and providing a good education for their students. So thank you for that time. And at this time, we will begin the meeting of the open forum. And the time is 9:33. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board, I'm recognizing this time as the beginning of open forum. Normally, this is an opportunity for the public to voice observations and opinions about the regulation of nursing, the approval of nursing schools, and our nursing practice issues which fall under the purview of this agency. We welcome ideas or recommendations about issues in nursing practice or education. The information shared with us will assist the board in its regulatory role. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. Keep in mind the board's jurisdiction is limited to the approval of schools of nursing, examination, and licensure of nurses entering practice, and the regulation of practicing nurses. Many aspects of healthcare, such as the operation of hospitals and the licensure or practice of healthcare providers other than nurses, are beyond this board's purview. In eligibility and disciplinary matters, the law provides that the board act on the basis of admissible evidence, which is secured and presented within the requirements of due process and the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA. Therefore, during this forum, we cannot receive information about any pending case. We would normally invite those wanting to address the board to identify themselves and present information to share with the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website. And this is of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing. Board staff have received no comments for verbal public comments and one submission of written comments which were provided to all board members. Having no requests to present oral testimony, I'm now closing the open forum and the time is 9:35. Board members and staff will now proceed. And I do want to back up to Dr. Edwards' statement, and I did omit the introduction of the board members about where they are from. We did call roll with who they are, but we did not talk to them about, let them introduce where they are from. And I want to welcome Daryl Chambers. He is a new board member for us, and we're excited. This is his first board meeting. And then, of course, he has to be the first one on the list to start talking. And so, welcome, Daryl, and just tell us um, where where you're from and who you represent.
Yes, I'm from Grand Prairie, Texas, and I represent Texas consumers.
Okay, thank you. And Laura Disk.
Good morning, board staff, and everyone listening in today. I'm Laura Disk. I am from Pharr, Texas, and I represent RN Practice.
Thank you. And Dr. Allison Porter Edwards.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Allison Edwards. I'm faculty at the School of Nursing in Houston at UT Cizik School of Nursing, and I represent baccalaureate education.
Thank you. Carol Hawkins.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carol Hawkins. I am from San Antonio, Texas, and I represent vocational nursing education.
Thank you. And Kathy Lederhorn.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Lederhorn. I represent LVN Practice, and I live in Granbury, and I practice in Fort Worth.
Thank you. And we're still having trouble getting Maisie Jameson on. She represents consumers, and she is in Dallas. David Saucedo.
Yes, good morning. My name's David Salcedo from El Paso, and I represent consumers.
Thank you. Melissa Scott.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. I am Melissa Scott, and I represent LVN Practice. I live in Granbury as well, and I practice at Cook Children's in Fort Worth.
Thank you. Rick Williams.
Good morning. I am Rick Williams, and I am from Killeen, Texas, and I am representing consumers.
Thank you, Rick. Kim Wright.
Good morning. I'm Kim Wright, and I am currently living in Corpus Christi. I represent LVN Practice, and I work for the VA.
Thank you. And I'm Kathy Ship. I live in Lubbock, and I represent a PRN practice. I am faculty at West Texas A&M University in Canyon in their nurse practitioner program. So thank you, board members. And so now we will move on. The next item for consideration is agenda item 1.1, Executive Director's Report. Ms. Thomas.
I'm sorry, Madam President, this is Catherine Thomas, the Executive Director. I think we have time to go through my report quickly before we proceed to the first appearance. Board members, I wanted to point out that a few things from my report. The National Council of State Boards of Nursing has offered on their website a link to all state websites for volunteers to administer the vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine. And so Texas has their Texas Disaster Volunteer Registry as the link there. That is the only way to volunteer in our state, and other states have that readily available as well. I also wanted to point out that I have attached for you the NCSBN's annual environmental scan. This is an excellent resource looking at the year and what's been going on. So I advise that you look at this carefully. In the NCSBN e-Notify service, where employers receive notification about nurses that they employ if they register. This information can include licensure status changes as well as discipline. We are currently up to 1,754 employers with 565,000 nurses in e-Notify. And then they also have an individual registry. So there are over 95,000 individual nurses who've signed up for their own notices. I wanted to point out that the Health Professions Council reports, their annual reports for 2019 and 2020 are included in 7.2, a later item on the consent. And just to give you an update on NCLEX, May is our busiest time of the year for NCLEX applications because it's our largest graduation cohort throughout our state. Right now, there is no interruption in our testing availability. There are seats available for anyone who wants to register, and we are at 100% capacity in our testing centers. However, if the pandemic cases trend upward significantly, there may be some adjustments there, and we will notify you and the schools of nursing immediately. The July board meeting is scheduled. We had a tentative plan to do it in person. So we had reserved the room 225, our normal boardroom, and hotels. We've been informed by the Texas Facilities Commission that manages this building that room 225 received substantial damage during the winter storm and will not be repaired. So at this time, I've spoken with the president and vice president, and we decided the meeting will be virtual for July. We will try to find an alternate site for our October meeting and proceed with an in-person meeting in October, unless something else happens. We're learning to be very flexible these days. We are moving forward with the next phase of the ORBS update, which will entail two pieces. One is to update the current version of ORBS that we have. So it's already been amended to allow some more flexibility and more components to it. So we'll be adding that. And we'll also be adding enforcement modules during the coming year, and they will be phased in. So right now, we don't have anything but complaints on the current system, but we will be adding other components to our enforcement division functions at that time. I want to make a special note to you all that, and thanks to the practice department and consultants in that area, they have updated the practice webpage. And if you will look at that on the website, you'll see it's much easier to navigate. Information is really readily available, and we're very appreciative for that work. Also, there's been guidance update for the Federal PrEP Act that permits retired or inactive nurses and nursing students to administer COVID-19 vaccine. That is not state law, that is federal law. And we have an FAQ on our website that provides updated information about that. And that's all I wanted to highlight in my report. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Any questions, board members? So at this time, I would like to welcome Maisie Jameson, our consumer member from Dallas. Hi, Maisie. We're sorry you've had trouble this morning. Can you hear us?
Thank you.
Okay. So
Yes, I can hear you fine.
good. If you can just move your microphone more to your mouth, we could hear you. It sounded a little like it was breaking up. Great. So we can add her to being present. So now we have all of our members on. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will move to 3.2.10 agenda item. And we will need to have a few minutes to admit the representatives from Wharton County Junior College Vocational Nursing Program to the site, and Ms. Gloss, our staff member, who will be giving the report.
Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Hello, yes, thank you. And do we have the members from?
Yes. I see Miss Rohan, the program director. Yes, I see everybody that's on. Yes, they are here, the representatives from Wharton County Junior College.
Great. So we are looking at the change in approval status from full approval with warning to conditional approval for Wharton County Junior College in Wharton, Texas Vocational Nursing Education Program. The board now recognizes staff member Beverly Skloss for our report.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, board members. In this agenda item, board staff are recommending that the approval status of the Wharton County Junior College in Wharton, Texas Vocational Nursing Education Program be changed from full approval with warning to conditional approval based on 3 consecutive years of NCLEX PN pass rates below 80%. Wharton County Junior College is regionally accredited by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges. The vocational nursing program has been in operation since 1952. Due to the 2018 NCLEX PN pass rate of 67.89%, a self-study report was required in 2019. Although the program identified and implemented corrective measures to improve candidate outcomes on the national licensing examination, the NCLEX PN pass rate has continued to be below 80%. Since the 2019 NCLEX PN pass rate is 75%, the approval status was changed from full approval to full with warning at the July 2020 board meeting. In October of 2020, I conducted a virtual survey visit. As the 2020 NCLEX PN pass rate of 68.42% is the 3rd consecutive year of pass rates below 80%, Board Rule 214 directs a change in approval status from full with warning to conditional approval. I would now ask that the Wharton County Junior College representatives introduce themselves and provide opening statements. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Leanne Collins, the Vice President of Instruction, and I do appreciate the opportunity to meet with the board, answer any questions, and provide an update on our program improvements. I am concerned about the change in the program's approval status, and college administration is very supportive of the faculty's extensive work to revise the curriculum and improve the student performance. The faculty have researched other colleges' curriculum. They are focusing on best practice and concept-based curriculum, but they still have work ahead. The end result of their review will include broad program changes, yet the focus still remains on improving our student outcomes. So I thank you for allowing us to attend today's meeting. Carol, you're not on.
Thank you. I'm Carol Durkowski. I'm the Division Chair of Allied Health. I am the immediate supervisor of the LVN program. I have worked extensively with the program director over the last few months to make the changes that we feel are necessary to improve our board results. We have, in the past year, we have implemented the ATI NCLEX board review for our students. We feel that this is a step, it's a must step to help our students to be able to pass the NCLEX exam. We, as Leanne Collins said, we surveyed various other schools on best practices and the courses that they are using, and tried to work with our ADN program to see our ADN program is concept-based. So we kind of looked at those programs to allow us to not only better the LVN program, but make the LVN program make an easier transition between the LVN program and the ADN program through our transition. Again, I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you and to provide you with the information that testifies to the fact that we are working very diligently to improve our pass rates.
Good morning, and thank you for letting us be here. My name is Elizabeth Rohan. I've been director of the LVN program for about 15 years now. And I just appreciate the opportunity to let you know what we're doing to get up to speed and get our pass rate back to 80%. Go ahead. Yes. Okay. We put a requirement that we had from the site visit was peer review and safe harbor policy that was developed and put into effect February 25th. And it's included in our faculty handbook for the program now. We have a peer review committee in place with 6 RN members, 3 from the LVN department and 3 from the ADN department. And then we had recommendations, and one was that we consider the number of hours in our curriculum. And both faculty and the students seem to have concerns over the amount of time that was required to finish our program and the way the hours were divided between semesters. We are looking into and hopefully creating and redoing the curriculum to be concept-based so that it does dovetail with the ADN program and will make it easier for the students to understand the material as a nurse and to understand going into an ADN program how to use concepts to make decisions and clinical judgments. We've looked at the curriculum for 10 other LVN programs in our area and compared. And while there are some courses where only one other school uses them, we feel that they're better for a concept-based curriculum. And that would be instituted hopefully in the fall of 2022 if we can do that. The students voiced a concern that they had no input into how the program went. You know, if they had concerns, there was nobody or no way to let us know. So we now have them coming at least once a month to a meeting, and they can present their concern, and then we discuss it and let them know in writing what the decision is about that concern, so that they do have the ability to bring forward concerns. We have reduced the number of hours in the curriculum, the proposed curriculum, to be more in line with other LVN programs in the state. The proposed is 43 to 44, which is right in the middle, the average of the LVN programs. In order to assist our students to be more successful on the NCLEX, we have upgraded the package that we're using from ATI for learning tools. And the ATI tools help them with clinical judgment, with critical thinking, with decision-making, and the complete package that we plan to use this next year will have more exercises for them to do to help implement and to help us help them by using them in class. The students have been allowed to return to clinical facilities, and they've made them more than welcome. They're allowed to take care of COVID patients with special precautions. They have participated in COVID vaccination clinics. They participated in many Olympics so that they were able to see how children with disabilities functioned in a normal environment or a where they're not sick environment. I'm sorry, I'm trying to, I get nervous. I think right now those are all the changes that we've implemented thus far. We continue to look for new ways to assist them to be successful. We work in the nursing lab if they need any type of remediation or they're unsure of a skill or a situation that calls for a decision. We help them go through by modeling how to make that decision, and then they're given the opportunity to use that information to do it themselves. And then we debrief afterwards and discuss what their decisions were based on and if there was a different way to approach it so that the outcome would have been more positive. Any questions?
Okay, thank you very much. Board members, are there any questions of the representatives from Wharton County Junior College?
This is Tamara Rhodes. I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Yes.
Um, Thank you for coming today. And Ms. Rohan, I have just a couple of questions I wanted to ask. You guys have been around for such a long time. Y'all have been well established, and I wish the best of luck to you. I'm seeing that you have 19 students currently enrolled, or you did in 2020. Can you tell me about your faculty?
About our what?
Your number of faculty?
We have, I'm sorry, besides myself, there are 3 faculty members. Ms. Baer has been with us since 2004. Ms. Mashek has been here since 2005, and her specialty is intensive care or emergency situations. We have Ms. Drawbeck, who is a bachelor degree nurse, and she joined us last year. She has been in long-term care, in rehabilitation therapy, that area of the hospital. She has also done med-surg, and she's been one of our clinical instructors. She's excellent at what she does. She's willing to jump in and learn and do whatever's necessary.
Okay, thank you. Also, I noticed you were speaking to the use of ATI.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you've currently changed your packages that you're using. Did I hear you say you're waiting till 2022 to fully implement that?
No, ma'am. We're going to implement ATI this year. We had implemented it for the current class, but it was a different package. It wasn't the full package. It was the Supreme package, which did not have A&P or ethics. There's a couple of other things that it does not have. And the complete package has everything in it. And it gives us a little bit more than what we had before.
What do you think is the main problem why your pass rates, what do you foresee as the main issue contributing to the poor pass rates?
until Miss Strabeck arrived, I really think we got set in our ways. We're all a little older. We started under a system that taught by system the medical model, and we just got really set. That's how it needs to be done. We thought that was the best way to do it, and I don't think it is.
Well, thank you so much for your honesty. I am, commend you on trying to make a lot of changes, and um, I wish blessings on you and hope that you can make these changes quickly so that you can continue to stay there and serve your community. Thanks for your openness.
Thank you.
Board members, is there anyone that would like to ask questions?
Yes, good morning. Hi, my name is Carol Hawkins. And again, echoing thank you for coming and presenting to us today. Appreciate it. I just maybe two questions. You may have already answered one of them, trying to figure out where you had pass rates in 2016 and 2017. What exactly did you change? Was it the curriculum? Was it the admission criteria to getting in that you feel affected that? Is it the curriculum?
It wasn't so much the curriculum those years. I think it was that we were in a more stable environment because we had been undergoing some construction at that time in 16, 17, 18. We also we changed the emphasis of some of the courses as far as interdisciplinary cooperation. We also did change our admission requirements, and we increased the score for the T's. So we got better candidates.
So what is your current requirement on the T's?
A 65 composite, and then we look at reading and math, and we want both of those to be in that area also.
Okay, good. Okay, that's the only questions I had. I was going to ask about the admission criteria on, what testing and what those scores were required. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, board members?
This is David Salcedo. Just have more so of a comment, I guess, an observation. I'm happy to hear that you all are, it sounds like you all concede that perhaps you all were stuck in your ways of the past, and things are changing, and perhaps this is a wake-up call that you all need. And I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up that, on your public profiles here, but not a public profile, what's readily available is that there were a lot of complaints from staff that it was a very tough place to work at. The pay structure was bizarre, getting paid, monthly at a time, limited hours, and it goes on and on and on. So my comment is, if indeed we are having a new spirit, a new culture, if you will, I really do hope that you all also perhaps take care of your teachers as well. Because I think just looking at what you all have conceded, why we're here, what's happening, there might be a correlation between how the instructors were perhaps being treated and the students. I'm not sure, but these timelines, they match. So I'm hopeful that, you all can improve the program, and, hopefully we don't see you guys back here again. So I'm liking what I hear, and I do want to, hat tip to the honesty, and again, conceding what perhaps the issues are. Some people come here and they're in denial, and I think you all have been very honest, and we certainly appreciate that, and best of luck going forward.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Kathy Ship, and I've lost my video. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation here today. And if there's no other questions, then Ms. Disk, can I get a motion on agenda item 3.2.10? Hello?
This is Tamara. Would you like me to give a motion?
Sure. I had asked Laura to, so I'm sorry, having trouble with my video. Sure. Thank you.
This is Tamara Rhodes, and I would like to move to change the approval status for the Wharton County Junior College Vocational Nursing Education Program in Wharton, Texas, from full approval with warning to conditional approval as indicated in the attached letter and board order.
And I will second, Kathy. I apologize.
Okay. Thank you. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote through board docs. And Patricia, can you add me back to the meeting, please?
Kathy, we can see you, Madam President. I'm not sure why you can't see us, but you are displayed.
Oh, okay.
So keep smiling.
Yeah. Do not know.
Madam President, I'm going to ask for Daryl Chambers, member Daryl Chambers, if he would please verbally vote for me.
Yes,
Okay.
I approve to
Or,
change. Yes, I approve to change to conditional.
okay. And Madam President, the vote is unanimous. All members voted for.
Thank you, and the motion passes. So we appreciate you being here today. We are sorry your program has had this issue. I can tell you, being faculty in a program that had difficulty and went on conditional several years ago, our pass rates remain in the low 90s to the high 90s now, and we needed to step back and do curricular changes. So we wish you well, and we hope that you can then move from conditional back to approval. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Okay, board members, we shall now move on to agenda item 3.2.11. Well, we're a little bit early, so we can wait on that. Ms. Thomas, would you want to do 1.3? It looks like we have about 8 minutes.
I'll ask Dr. Benton, do you think that we could get Mr. Holter on the line, or should we delay that?
Yes, I just saw him. Here he is. He's with us.
Okay. Mr. Holter, is that you on the call?
Yes, it is. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
All right. Should I go ahead and proceed?
Yes, thank you.
Madam President and board members, the 87th regular session of the Texas Legislature officially began January 12th, 2021. Agenda item 1.3 includes key legislation being monitored by BON staff. Part 1 of this report lists the bills that would amend Chapter 301 of the Occupations Code, which is also known as the Nursing Practice Act or the NPA. Part 2 of this report lists bills not amending the NPA that are being monitored by staff. This report is for information purposes only, and no action is required. In this session, board staff are currently monitoring 578 bills, including Senate Bill 1, the budget bill for this session. Of these bills, 17 would amend the NPA. Areas addressed in bills amending the NPA include increased penalties for nurses who abuse children or disabled individuals, licensure for military nurses in underserved areas, expedited licensure for APRNs, mandatory CE on suicide prevention, and human trafficking, consent and delegation requirements for pelvic exams, prescriptive authority for psychologists, increased penalties for nurses for abandonment or endangering clients, out-of-state nurses practicing in Texas at no cost, full practice authority for APRNs, disaster response legislation permitting inactive nurses to return to current status at no cost, removal of disaster-related waiver requirements, including fees, allowing simulation for nursing students trying to meet clinical practice requirements, and temporary licensure for APRNs waiting for results of a national certification exam, a pilot program for APRNs and PAs working in state office buildings, and waiving of completion of an approved nursing education program for military nurses who passed the NCLEX exam. How are these bills doing? Of the 17 bills that would amend the NPA, House Bill 375 is the only bill that has made it to the Senate. Two other bills, HB 548 and HB 1434, have been voted favorably from House Public Health. The remaining 14 bills have not had hearings or were left in pending status after public testimony was heard. The second part of this report includes other bills of interest to the board. In this session, response to the COVID-19 pandemic was seen across the range of bills tracked by staff. There are 18 bills specific to COVID-19 and another 18 bills that relate to infectious diseases currently being monitored by staff. Open meetings and public information were areas of high interest during this session also. Staff are currently monitoring more than 25 bills relating to these areas. Some of these bills are related to the pandemic, such as HB 327, which calls for internet broadcast of agency meetings, like this one. Telemedicine is another subject area where many bills were filed. Staff are currently watching 25 bills on telemedicine. This is a preliminary report on the 87th legislative session. At the July board meeting, we will be reporting on the legislation that passed and the impact to agency operations or nursing. In the October 2021 Board of Nursing Bulletin, we will summarize the enacted legislation that nurses in Texas should be aware of. If you're interested in tracking any of the bills mentioned in this report, click on the bill number, which is hyperlinked to Texas Legislature Online and will provide you with the current bill text and status. In closing, I want to mention several key dates. The last day of the regular legislative session is May 31st. The last day that the governor can sign, veto, or take no action on bills passed in the House and Senate is June 20th. Thank you.
Bruce, may I ask a question?
Sure.
House Bill, you mentioned House Bill 375 that made it to Senate. Can you just give a quick summary of what that bill, what the components of that bill were?
House Bill 375, it changes statutes for a number of different agencies, increasing the penalty for nurses that, bear with me for a minute here, that abuse children or disabled individuals. And basically what the bill calls for is not allowing the person to renew their license or suspension of that licensure if there is a conviction of that nurse. And they do that for a number of different professions.
Nice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce. That's
Thank
really
you.
that's great.
I just want to tell Bruce that I'm taking a policy class right now, and I appreciated this report more than I ever have. It's a lot of work, what they do and what they follow. I've had to follow one bill, and they have 500, so thank you, Bruce. I loved your report.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So, was there anything else? Ms. Thomas, did you have anything?
No, I think Bruce did an excellent job. This is a phenomenal amount of work, and I'm very appreciative of all the staff for tracking bills in the agency.
Yes, thank you so much. You're the go-to guy. So
Um,
this is a report and discussion. It's not for a vote.
Madam President, I would add that if Mr. Mayak would like to talk to us a minute about Senate Bill 1, which is the budget bill, this might be a good time.
Great, Mr. Mike.
Madam President, board members, both the House and the Senate have taken up their respective bills, Senate Bill 1 and House Bill 1, which is the budget bill. And that is the only bill that they must pass or deal with in this session. So it is moving forward, and today is actually a big day. So bottom line is, on the Senate side, remember we asked for 5 exceptional items on both sides. As you approve 5 exceptional items, that's the move to the new Bush building, moving our infrastructure to the cloud, asking for the 5% reduction. We call that our retirement bill amendment, and then Kathy Thomas's salary. So I can tell you on the Senate side of the 5 items, the first 3 were successful on the Senate side, that they granted the move to the new building, it's a one-time cost, and then move our infrastructure, our software and hardware infrastructure to the cloud. That was passed. And on the Senate side of the 5%, remember that's about 781,000 we had to give back to the legislature or to the state of Texas this past biennium. They granted us of that $444,000. That's on the Senate side. And that was it from that perspective. And they also did increase Kathy Thomas's salary. On the House side, we received the first 2 items, the move to the Bush building, the infrastructure to the cloud. And that was it. Everything else was moved to what we call Article 11, which means it has a lifeline, but it's not in the bill. So on that particular perspective, what happened was the Senate passed theirs because they were taking the lead in the bill. They do that every other session. House takes the lead, Senate takes the lead. The Senate took the lead, sent their Senate Bill 1 over to the House. The House then took their document that they had and substituted it in and debated it. And then today it's on the House floor. What is significant about this debate today in the House side is that, remember I said they only granted us the first 2 exceptional items. There was an amendment that was submitted by last Monday that would be debated today. And one of the amendments was by Representative Mary Gonzalez of El Paso. And she put into an amendment to restore our 5%. So the good part of that is that it will be debated today, and we'll be watching that. Bruce will be watching that today. So we'll be watching what happens at the House side today. So when that occurs and today ends, obviously the House version and the Senate version will be different. The House then will send it back over to the Senate, and the Senate will say thank you, and then look at it. And then at that point, will most likely go back to their own bill, and there will be differences in the bills. They will appoint a conference committee. And what is important is all the things that are on the table, everything but our retirement bill will be on the table to be discussed. And so we'll be giving you an update as that moves forward. So today will be a pivotal day on the House side for our budget, and we'll be watching that. And once that's done, we'll be watching for the conference committee to be appointed and then to move forward from that perspective. Any questions?
Thank you, Mark. It's very intricate and has many steps. So thank you to Bruce and you and all the staff who have been working with this. And so I just wanted to clarify, so that lifeline, but not in the bill, and then we have that amendment. So with the House, did Kathy's salary increase we requested? You didn't mention that.
It's not on the House side.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Any questions, members? Okay. Thank you so much. Ms. Thomas, anything else you wanted to add, or Bruce?
No, Madam President.
Okay, we're good. Okay, thank you. A lot of information. All right. I think at this time, we'll move to agenda item 3.2.11A. Consideration of proposal to establish a new pre-licensure nursing education program, Arlington Career Institute in Grand Prairie, vocational nursing education program. So we'll need to have, I think Ms. Ayers, Dr. Ayers is doing this, and we can have those representatives admitted. Mary Carlick and John Vecchio. Sorry if I didn't say it right.
I think it's Vecchio.
Vecchio, okay. And I'm looking for Dr. Ayers. Our staff.
Dr. Ayers is there.
Good
There she
morning.
is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Great.
Okay. Madam President, do you need to swear the representatives in?
So I have my part that I'm going to read. Okay,
Okay,
under
thank you.
section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code, the Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from Arlington Career Institute to establish a new nursing education program in Grand Prairie, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from Arlington Career Institute will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff have received no such requests. The proceedings this morning will be presented in the following manner. Persons who are presenting on behalf of nursing education programs will be given 15 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. If you're addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of this hearing by submitting those comments to the board staff via email. And will the representatives of Arlington Career Institute Nursing Education Program raise their right hand and be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, Mr. Vecchio, I could not hear you. Are you muted? Okay, I see that you're shaking your head and saying I do. I'm just not hearing you, but I am acknowledging your acknowledgement. Okay, great. So now the board recognizes Dr. Ayers to give us the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, board members. Arlington Career Institute, or ACI, is requesting approval to establish a vocational nursing education program in Grand Prairie, Texas. ACI was established in 1982 and has been nationally accredited by the Accrediting Commission of Career Schools and Colleges since 1988. ACI has approval from the Texas Workforce Commission, Career Schools and Colleges sections, as well as approval for veterans benefits under Title 38 by the Texas Workforce Commission. ACI currently offers legal career programs, including court reporter, court reporting online, and paralegal legal assistant. ACI's current healthcare programs include medical assistant, medical office specialist, and certified nursing assistant. The ACI vocational nursing program will be comprised of a total of 79 quarter credit hours designed to be completed in 52 weeks of full-time study, with a 1-week break between each of the 4 12-week quarters. Didactic content will be offered on campus face-to-face. No part of the program will be delivered via distance or blended learning. Clinical learning experiences appropriate to vocational nursing level education have been secured with a wide variety of clinical facilities in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Mary Carlick, the proposed director of the vocational nursing program, is an accomplished nurse educator with 38 years of professional nursing practice. Ms. Carlick served as faculty member in a Texas community college vocational nursing program for 8 years and served as coordinator of the program for 6 years. In addition, she has held numerous leadership positions in acute care facilities. ACI is requesting an initial enrollment of 30 students annually for the first 3 years of operation. Beginning year 4, the projected enrollment would include 2 cohorts of 30 students each to be admitted every 6 months. I would now ask the representatives from ACI to introduce themselves and to share their vision of the new vocational nursing program with you. Thank you.
Can you
I don't know.
guys hear me?
Yes,
Oh, terrific. I got my technical support in here. This is my nephew.
yes.
Thank you, Tommy. Okay. Hello, my name is John Vecchio. I'm the campus director and CEO here at Arlington Career Institute. I'd like to thank the Board of Nursing for giving my school, Arlington Career Institute, and myself an opportunity to attend this meeting as part of the application process for granting us the opportunity to train vocational nurses. I'm currently the campus director and CEO of ACI. I've been with our family-owned and operated accredited institution since 1986. I've worked in admissions, instruction, compliance, program development, campus operations, and school management. I know the school business, and I take on this task with the utmost sincerity, integrity, and drive for a successful vocational nursing program. We want to help our community and our state with the nursing shortage in Texas by developing a quality program that we firmly believe will produce competent, confident, and skilled vocational nurses. We've dedicated a great amount of time, energy, and resources to get here today, and we're ready to take the next step. ACI is a quality institution that's been training students for the Texas workforce since 1982. This institution is our livelihood and our legacy. Please help us add to that legacy by approving our vocational nursing program application. With the healthcare sector providing high demand for vocational nurses and the loss of 2 programs in our area, the citizens of Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex will benefit from this program. ACI is committed to providing quality vocational nursing program through its philosophy of excellence, accountability, caring, and integrity. We will prepare the graduate vocational nurse to be competent and compassionate in today's sophisticated healthcare arena. Let's work together for the benefit and safety of the healthcare industry and the citizens of Texas. I am here to answer any questions you may have. Thanks again to the Board of Nursing for all its assistance and guidance during this process. Now let's proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Carlick.
Thank you, Dr. Ayers, for the introduction, and thank you to the board for having us here today. My name is Mary Carlick, and I am the proposed director of the new vocational nursing program at Arlington Career Institute. I come before the board with over 38 years of experience as an RN and 8 years of experience in vocational nursing education. Before I talk about the program, I'd like to thank Dr. Virginia Ayers, Dr. Gail Varnell, and Dr. Janice Hooper for your assistance and encouragement throughout this process. The Texas Workforce Commission predicted that the need for LVNs will grow almost 20% between 2016 and 2020. Unfortunately, 2 vocational nursing programs in the Mid-Cities area of Dallas-Fort Worth closed in the past couple of years, leaving a void in vocational nursing education. Our program will help fill that void. As stated in our written proposal, the goal for the new nursing program is to maintain a high retention and graduation rate through excellence in teaching, while providing an educational environment to meet the particular learning needs of an ethnically diverse student population. The nursing program will support a more ethnically diverse vocational nursing workforce for our community and is aligned with the National League for Nursing's vision statement of achieving diversity and meaningful inclusion in nursing education. The program we are proposing is a 52-week program. We will admit 1 cohort of 30 students each year for the first 3 years. Beginning with year 4, we plan to admit 2 cohorts of 30 students 6 months apart. The program has 552 hours of didactic, 108 hours of lab, and 720 hours of clinical, for a total of 1,380 hours. We will hire 2 full-time and 1 part-time faculty members initially, and add additional faculty as indicated. Currently, we have a successful medical assistant and CNA program. These programs share a beautiful lab with 3 beds, 4 mannequins, and locking cupboards built into the wall, and a large lockable storage room for larger equipment. Our initial intent was to share the lab, but upon further review, we decided to create a dedicated vocational nursing lab. We are currently in the process of remodeling a large classroom into a vocational nursing lab with hot and cold running water, built-in lockable cabinets, and a large walk-in storage closet. We have ordered 4 new hospital beds with overbed tables and bedside tables, 4 simulated head wall units with working suction, 4 SimPad compatible mannequins, a SimPad with a scenario programs, as well as various other simulation and lab equipment. I believe those will arrive the first week of May, so in a couple of weeks. We have a dedicated vocational nursing classroom across the hall from our new lab. And in case we have another pandemic lockdown, we're in the process of creating 4 360 Zoom classrooms. I'm excited about the opportunity to fulfill the need for quality vocational nursing education in the Mid-Cities area of Dallas-Fort Worth. I'm happy to answer any questions you have for me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any members that have some questions of these representatives? And
I have some
Ms.
questions.
Jameson? Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your being here. And of course, everybody is all in favor of new nurses in the pipeline. On page 67, among your coursework, you mentioned that you have maternal and child nursing clinicals. And congratulations on your letters of recommendation, but I noticed there's no letter of recommendation from a pediatric training facility. Why is that?
We had a letter, we have a clinical contract with a pediatric physician's office. I am hoping to, I plan to get work with one of the acute care hospitals. However, during lockdown, I was not able to talk to that particular hospital. So that will be one of the first things I do is try to secure that clinical. Also, I think we had talked about, I believe is in our packet, a maternity simulated maternity mannequin. But as you know, clinical space is at a premium, and especially OB for vocational nursing students.
Ms.
I have another
Carlick, this is
question.
Allison Edwards. May I ask a question, Madam President?
Yes, I think Ms. Jameson was not through.
She's not finished? Okay.
I'm sorry. Maisie?
That's okay. In Appendix 3, you describe your 9 approved courses of instruction for your career schools. I'm just curious, among those, which has the most successful rate for the students? In other words, what's the completion rates?
Well, and again, that's a great question. We're required to have a certain completion rate for the state, obviously, and their minimum or their benchmark is 60%. And, of course, we don't want to be known as a minimum school. So typically our completion rates range anywhere from 71 up to 88%. Right now, my best completion rate is for my nursing assistant program, which I believe last reporting period was 86%. Now, a lot of that has to do with the length of the program. It's very short, but we're required to keep all our programs above that 60% benchmark for like or similar programs. So you can look at our completion rates. We have to post them on our website. But right now, to answer your question, that's my one with the highest completion rate.
Okay, thank you. Could you give me a profile of your ideal student? Because on page 81, you reference a good retention is ensuring the right student has been admitted. So if I could get some idea of what your profile of an ideal student might be.
Well, Mary can answer that. We've kind of come up with a scoring system that we're going to use to try to make sure, what we want to do is enroll graduates. We don't want, you got to be a student first, but we want to enroll graduates. And we want to take every step necessary to make sure that the student has a good chance of completing the program. We do this, for every program that we offer, and we're required to do that by our accrediting commission. We want to make sure that we enroll graduates, but Mary can tell you the scoring system, if you will, or the point system we've kind of come up with.
We have a pre-test for all students or wishing to enter the program through ATI, the TEAS test, which I'm sure everybody's aware of. And then along with that minimum, or with the score with the TEAS test, we add points to it. So if the student has graduated from one of the ACI healthcare programs with a 3.0 or above, 3 extra points will be added to their score. If they graduated with a less than a 3.0 but still graduated, they get 1 point. And then if they have a transcript with any college credits that are healthcare related, we give them 3 points for every A, 2 points for every B, and 1 point for every C. We'll take those total scores and rank the students and take the top 30 of those students. So that to me is what the ideal student is. I personally don't believe in interviews. I just think it's because we all have our certain, I don't know, prejudice or whatever. I just think it's hard to be completely unbiased doing interviews. So I really like the scoring system. That's what we used at the program that I worked in the past, and it seemed to work very well for us.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Maisie. Dr. Edwards?
Good morning. Yes, so you clarified one, well, I have clarification on a question. You're mentioning the scoring system. So I found in the proposal packet, Ms. Carlick, that there was, that you require a T-score for admission. But what I couldn't find is there a minimum T-score? And you mentioned the scoring system, so you're adding points to the T-score based on their high school GPA?
No, this is only the score, the points are only added for any college credit, or if they have graduated from our institute in a healthcare program with a 3.0 or higher. It's on
Okay.
page 42 in the
Okay.
proposal.
So is there a minimum T-score? I could not find that you.
You know, that's a great question. I had just spoken with the representative from ATI, and they've changed their minimum T-score, and she said it was 40 to 40%. So I don't have a number, but she did say it was 40%.
So what are you thinking will be, is that something you're gonna add to the proposal for a minimum?
Well, the way, you know, we could, but if we take even the raw score, the T-score, and we add these points to it, because we're doing a ranking system, we're still taking the top students. Does that make sense? So like if
Yes.
you have an 850 or whatever it is, and you add those points, it's still, you're still taking the top 30 students.
So, okay, just again, I'm sorry if I'm not following you, but I want to make sure I understand accurately. So the scoring system, they get additional points added to their T-score if they graduated from one of your programs or any other program, or
The
just
way
yours?
the way it's stated now is that if they are graduated from ACI with a 3.0 or greater, they get 3 points added. However, if they have any college credit from any other program, whether they received a degree or not, they'll get 3 points for every A, 2 points for every B, and 1 point for every C.
Okay. And what if they graduate from an ACI program that's not health professions?
We don't have points for that. It's just for health related.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Ms. Hawkins, did you have a question?
Yes. Good morning, and thank you for coming. So since we're already talking about the T-score and all, the proficiency, I noticed when I was reading, it said the proficiency on the ATI proficiency or higher. Currently, the proficiency rate is a 58.7. So you're saying that ATI told you the score is going down to a 40?
I believe that's what
Rather
she
than
said.
the 58.7?
Yes, that's what when I talked to her last week, she said that the new, and I don't know what they've changed. I can't recall right off the top of my head, but that's what she said the new minimum score was.
Just my personal opinion, to go down to a 40 is not good. From personal experience, we went from a 58.7 and we lowered our scores to a 50, and it was a struggle. Being in the classroom, you had such a wide range of cognitive ability and remedials that needed to be done, just going from a 58.7 to a 50, and taking in students with those T-scores between 50 and 58. It was a big difference that year compared to the year before, when we did the minimum of a 60 on an ATI. So just my experience, I wanted to share with you on that part. Also, I'm looking, question about anyone, so someone finishing a, say, the CNA program, I don't know how long your program is, whether it's 4 weeks or 5 weeks, is going to receive 3 points, and y'all feel that's equivalent to a person that's in college that makes an A. That's kind of concerning. Also gets the 3 points. So I'm real big on the point system, but I personally tend to put more weight on someone that goes and takes a college course compared to taking a CNA course or something like that. And I give more weight to a college A than I would a 3.0 in a CNA program. And that's just my take, because that college A may be a chemistry class or a A&P class, which is surely not equivalent to a CNA class. So the other question that I have, I noticed on page 169, just wanted some clarification on the clinical preceptors. So are y'all proposing to use clinical preceptors for what level? Level 1, 2, or 3?
No, for clinical, our instructors will be with the students at clinical. The only time we would use a clinical preceptor is at level 3 when they do their capstone project. And even then, we still have clinical instructors, of course, that will be watching the students. But we don't use preceptors at all until they do their capstone project.
So you're looking at that at level 3, because I had
Yes,
looked at your
ma'am.
curriculum. Okay,
Right.
and so the other question, so you have an orientation for those preceptors that has been chosen, and do you
Yes.
are you planning to I guess get with the facilities and find out who they recommend as, and then as preceptors, and then have an orientation with them prior to make sure they have buy-in and all of that?
Yes. In the past, when I have done this at the other program that I worked for, I always met with the preceptors one-on-one, and we had a little contract that they had to sign, and we gave them information and did an orientation, because it's a challenge, to have a student with you that whole time, and I want to make sure they're aware of what they're getting into. So,
Right, because
but they're always
practicing and teaching, yes, practicing and
as you all
teaching is
know.
2 different things. Right,
Yeah.
yes.
So, and I do ask for recommendations from the facilities as well.
Okay. And then I had a couple of other questions, just to your forms, your self-evaluation forms at level 1, 2, and 3 for the student. It's for level 1 on the self-eval page 318. And what is I guess my concern is in your faculty evaluation, it matches the DECs, the DECs. But then when I look at the self-evaluation, I'm kind of feeling like it's asking the LVN in an independent role rather than to grade themselves as under direction in a supervisory role. So example, like in level 1, it says they're going to self-evaluate themselves on developing a basic care plan. And then level 2 performs a head-to-toe assessment, develops a written care plan, formulates nursing diagnosis, identify goals and interventions. And level 3, formulate and implements teaching plans. I guess I need clarification on that, and it looks like it's an assignment. These are something outside of the scope of the LVN, if I'm not. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. This is more of what an RN does. Now, they participate in helping with that, but for them to do the head-to-toe assessment is outside the scope of an LVN. They do focus assessments, if I'm not mistaken. So I guess I need clarification of what does that entail? What is going to be required of those students if you're asking them to perform head-to-toe assessment, formulating nursing diagnosis, formulating, implementing teaching plans?
That's a really good question. think about my answer. Well, we do teach the VN students. I mean, we teach the VN students to do assessments, and to also and we teach care plans even though they cannot initiate a care plan. Perhaps that may be something we need to alter in their self-evaluation is with those particular items that you're mentioning. And as far as I feel like so I'm not really clear about the assessment question that you don't believe that the VNs.
Well, level 1, that self-eval is on page 318. And it says
Right.
develop a basic care plan. And I don't know if you're going to give them the care plan and then they make adjustments to it, or are you, and level 2 is on page 326, where it has the bulk of all of these things that are concerning to me that are, for me, that's more of an RN role. And then the self-eval for level 3 is on page 335, where you're asking them to formulate a teaching plan. And then right below, it's an actual assignment. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around what is it, are these LVNs are they gonna be training to do things outside of their scope, and then they pass NCLEX and they go out there thinking, this is what I do as an LVN.
Not at all, but I do think it's important for them to understand how care plans are formulated. So that because LVNs can add to a care plan, they can't initiate a care plan, but they need
yes,
to
ma'am.
understand the care plan and know how it's formulated.
Yes, ma'am,
So,
I understand that. I see that in a form that's going to be given to the students. So how are they going to interpret that as, I'm going to be doing a head-to-toe assessment. I'm going to be writing the care plan. That's just my concern.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any
I
other?
think
Okay.
I think that's all the questions that I have.
Okay, thank
Thank you.
you. I didn't know, Ms. Rhodes, did you have anything you wanted to say?
Yes, thank you again for coming today. I just wanted to piggyback on, I think the other board members have addressed most of my concerns. I do agree that you need to be really cautious in your wording regarding the LVN scope of practice, regarding the assessments and the developing a plan of care or a nursing care plan for the patients.
Okay.
I do want to piggyback also. I feel very strongly with all my years of experience with education, LVN and ADN education, that you really do need to address a minimum admission scoring system. Um, I I would really be cautious when you're admitting. I know it's really crucial for your school to admit enough students to be financially stable, but you do not want to admit students that are not highly qualified. So I would strongly piggyback on that and recommend that you do set up a minimum admission criteria scoring so that you are only accepting students that are highly qualified so that you will set your school up for success. Also, um, underneath the ratios of students to instructors, the Board of Nursing does allow in clinical settings for us to have 10 students to 1 instructor. I would recommend that when you're looking at the lower levels, you might look at decreasing that ratio, especially so that with your lower levels, it does require a little bit more instructor attention to those students. And so that might be something that you would consider. But overall, I think that I appreciate all your hard work and your efforts in developing this proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, this is David, if I may.
Yes.
Good morning. I think you all are seeing like a general theme here of concern. And before you all got here, there was some items on the consent agenda where we approved a school, I think about a year ago, and they voluntarily, closed. And the point here is that it's this is serious business.
We understand that.
And the issue here that I noticed in your proposal is that most programs when they come before us, you talk about the metropolitan area, the need, et cetera, the size, your geographic footprint and all those types of things. But something did stand out is that I think, correct me if I'm wrong on your proposal, I think you all polled about 20 of your ex-students, and and they said yes, we're interested. And keeping in mind with the academic rigor of a program like this, I do have some concerns as far as that polling data goes, because I mean, ex-students, I'm not so sure, with the programs that you all are that you all have been offering and that you're accustomed to. I'm not so sure that was the correct metric. Again, in just my opinion, just assessing it, but you all cited it, and more so, and I'm sure you all are familiar with this, is that a criticism of your program in general is just that you all pass people, and that it's easy, it's an easy grade, staff is great, no depth, and you all pass it. And so I don't want you to think that we're necessarily picking on you. It's just we've seen multiple programs like this come before us, and it's definitely concerning. And more so and putting that aside for a second, just it's a family business. The business perspective of it. I mean, you're looking at, even assuming your 80%, matriculation rates hold for the next couple of years at 278,000. That's about 500 grand, $500,000. You have expenses of $1 million. I mean, you guys are going to be going, you guys are going to be in the red $500,000. And so we're just very concerned that you have the right student to make sure that this is a viable program on the long term, because if it's not, I mean, there's going to be a certain level of risk. I would say considerable risk in it not panning out. And again, that's from the consumer side. So that's my concern, and I think a lot of us echo that same concern. And as well as that's where it's coming from. This is it's again, it's serious business here.
Yeah, and I stated that in my intro, that I take this seriously, and we do. I'm 60 years old. Like I've been in the school business for over 30 years, so I understand there's risks with everything. But you reach a point in your life and in your career where it's not so much about business; it's about making a difference in your community, one that you've been in all your life, and that's one of the things that's motivating us to do this and to stay at this for 4 years, and to invest quite a lot of money and a lot of time. And so we do take it seriously. And as for our students, yeah, maybe I can see your point, but we also know those students. They're our graduates. We know if they're going to be a good student or not. We have a pretty good idea. We don't just pass people. And I take offense to that. Thank you.
Hello, this is Kathy Ship, and I just wanted to say that I was glad to see 30 cohort of 30 for your first 3 years. And I think that sometimes schools get in and start adding and adding and adding before they really have their foundation set, and when they're new, and that contributes to failures for students and for programs. So I do like that. Is there anything else that anyone would like to say? Kathy Lederhorn?
Yes, good morning, Madam President. This is Kathy Lederhorn, and while I appreciate the concerns of my fellow board members, as an LVN in practice, I appreciate your hard work. I appreciate the time that you went into that. I understand, and I understand my fellow board members' concerns about the LVN scope of practice. But I do feel that if that is known going into it, to have a well-rounded education is to discuss that comprehensive head to toe with a focused assessment mindset as you're doing that. I also appreciate the plan of care aspect that my fellow board member mentioned. And I agree that while it's not initiated, it's very much a part of the LVN's practice of a roadmap as they perform patient care. I do feel that your program, I'm sure you're going to have challenges. I don't think that's in our purview to worry about the challenges that you're going to run into. However, I do feel it meets the requirement. I thought your letters of recommendation were glowing. It's not easy. We all know it's not easy in education. And I do wish you the best, and I do appreciate all the work that our staff went into assisting in this presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Chambers?
Yes, yeah, I had a question. It's in regards to the budget. I think it's on page 19. My question was, I just noticed that there wasn't really a budget for career services, and so I just wanted to see if you could maybe speak on
Sure.
strategy for career service.
Yeah, actually, I have one full-time career services person now, and then I have a part-time person now, and we're planning on adding one more full-time, just dedicated. Uh, so, in other words, this person and a half, instead of handling all our programs, there'll be one person that handles nursing assistant and vocational nursing. Those are our plans moving forward.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Okay, can you guys hear me? I lost my video again.
We can hear
Yes,
you.
If I
Madam
can get it
President.
back on.
I'd like to make a motion, Madam President.
Okay,
I move to grant initial approval to Arlington Career Institute to establish a new vocational nursing education program in Grand Prairie, Texas, and impose the condition and requirement in the attached board order.
thank you. And do I have a second?
This is Kathy Lederhorn, and I second the motion.
Thank you. And so we have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, please vote in board docs.
Madam President, and Patricia Vianis Cabrera's, my board docs has gone away, so I vote yay, and I'll try to get it back up. Oh, this is Kathy Lederhorn.
Yes. And Mr. Chambers, can you get in board docs or do you need to vote verbal?
Yes, I need to vote verbal, and I vote yay as well.
And I can't hear. It's what?
I vote yay as well.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam President, the vote is unanimous.
Thank you. So the vote is unanimous. So congratulations. We wish you well. We look forward to having great scores and for you helping your community by adding these students. So thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
And at this time, we're going to need to take a little bit of break. I know that we have our next agenda item at 11, but I think we need to break until 11:15. So we'll come back at 11:15 for 3.2.11 B. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We will now consider agenda item 3.2.11B, consideration of proposal to establish a new pre-licensure nursing education program, Lamson Institute in San Antonio. So this is a public hearing for a new nursing program. Under section 301.157 of the Texas Occupations Code, the Board of Nursing is charged with the responsibility to prescribe and publish the minimum requirements and standards for a course of study in each program that prepares registered nurses or vocational nurses. The board has received a proposal from Lamson Institute to establish a new nursing education program in San Antonio, Texas. The purpose of this hearing is to allow an opportunity for interested parties, individuals, and organizations to present testimony to the board in order that it may determine whether the proposal from Lamson Institute will meet the minimum requirements established by the board. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board side, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing and the instructions for doing so. Board staff has received no such requests. The proceedings this morning will be presented in the following manner. The person who will be presenting on behalf of the nursing education programs will be given 15 minutes to make their presentation. Please make your comments as concise as possible. At the beginning of your remarks, please tell us who you are and who you represent. If you're addressing particular parts of the proposal, please identify them before you begin. If you wish to submit written testimony or to supplement your oral remarks with written testimony, you may do so at the close of the hearing by submitting those comments to the board staff via email. Will the representatives of Lamson Institute Nursing Education Program raise their right hand and be sworn in? Okay, so I have Angie Garza.
Yes, present.
Okay, and Joe and Navarro. Okay, Rose Hernandez.
Present.
Okay, I'm looking for Rose Hernandez.
Present.
Oh, okay, I see. I'm sorry. And Peter McHale.
Present.
Okay, great. All right. So you've got your right hand raised, and do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the Board of Nursing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Okay, great. Thank you. The board now recognizes Dr. Ayers, and we will start our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning again, board members. Lamson Institute is requesting approval to establish a vocational nursing education program in San Antonio. Lamson began offering educational programs in San Antonio in 2007 as a branch of the Institute for Business and Technology that launched in 1965 as the California Academy of Drafting to offer vocational training in drafting and design technology. In addition, the corporation owns and operates a practical or vocational nursing education program and an associate degree nursing program at Las Vegas College in Las Vegas, Nevada. The Lamson Institute San Antonio campus provides certificate level programs in lab assistant, medical assistant, and medical billing and coding. Lamson is approved by the Texas Workforce Commission, Career Schools and Colleges, and the Texas Veterans Commission, as well as nationally accredited by the Accrediting Commission of Career Schools and Colleges. The Lamson Vocational Nursing Program will be comprised of a total of 72.5 quarter credit hours and is designed to be completed in 5 terms over 12 months of full-time study. The program's nursing courses will be offered on ground, face-to-face, and there will be online delivery for general education courses. Clinical learning experiences appropriate to vocational nursing level education have been secured with a wide variety of clinical facilities in the San Antonio area. Angie Garza is the proposed program director, and she's a highly accomplished nurse educator with 24 years of nursing experience in practice, education, and administration. She has served as a nurse educator since 2008. Ms. Garza previously was the program director for a Texas vocational nursing education program and served in that position for 5 years. Lamson is requesting an initial enrollment of 30 students in August 2021. Considering that the initial cohort may not reach the total of 30 students, Lamson is requesting an opportunity to enroll a second group in December of 2021 to equal a total enrollment of not more than 30 students during the calendar year. Lamson would like to enroll 2 cohorts of 30 students per cohort per year for an annual enrollment of 60 students. I would now invite the Lamson Institute representatives to introduce themselves and share their vision of this new nursing education program with the board. Thank you.
Dr. Ayers, I'm getting
Yes.
a lot of feedback. Could everyone check to make sure the microphones are muted, please?
I believe the issue is the speakerphone that the Lamson University group is using. When you use a speakerphone, it causes a lot of feedback.
Would you like for me to repeat any of the information I provided?
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, whoever is faculty or that staff that wants to start.
Okay, I'll go ahead and start. My name is Joanne Navarro, and I'm the school director for Lamson. I'd like to thank you for considering our proposal to add a vocational nursing program at Lamson Institute. Our vision of the new vocational nursing program is to prepare students to take and pass an NCLEX licensure exam and lead to qualified vocational nurses who will focus on the needs of others and provide much needed services to the growing population in San Antonio, Texas. Thank you. I'd like to introduce to you our CEO, Mr. Peter McHale.
Hi, folks. Thank you so much for taking the time to allow us to meet with you. I'm the president and CEO of McHale Education. We operate Lamson Institute in San Antonio. We are a family-owned operation. I tend to be second generation, and I want you all to know that we have a long history of delivering programs that are deeply personal to us in nature. And you may not know it by looking at me, but I was actually a cancer survivor back in 2007. I do remember when I was going through my battle, on the forefront of all of that were nurses. And these were people that really went above and beyond to deliver care and make sure I was doing okay. It's something that has always touched my heart, and to be able to potentially offer a program that could put more nurses out there that could really provide care and make a difference in people's lives is truly an honor and a blessing. And thank you for taking the time to meet with us and consider it. Appreciate it.
Also is our Director of Education, Ms. Rosa Hernandez.
Good morning, board members. I echo the sentiments expressed to you about nurses shared by Ms. Navarro and Mr. McHale, and not wanting to take up any more time from Angie's 15 minutes. Again, just want to thank you for hearing us today.
Good morning, board members. I really like to take this opportunity to thank you for allowing us to present a proposal to you this morning to talk about our new vocational program. I would also like to thank Dr. Ayers and Dr. Hooper for their help and support during this process. It has been invaluable in our eyes. They've been very supportive and at the ready with content communication back and forth. We're always grateful that they have been available anytime we've needed them for clarification or questions. We at Lamson are very excited about this program. We've been anticipating it and our students as well. They're asking us when it's going to be allowed to have enrollment process start. But of course, we have to make sure that everything is being met on your eyes and the Board of Nursing as far as the Texas regulations for a vocational program. As discussed, our program is going to be completed in 12 months. It's set up to be completed in 12 months. The students will be attending full-time basis, as Dr. Ayers stated. We have secured at right now 6 clinical sites and in the process of working on several more who are slowly opening up the lockdown that they had for clinical students to be at their facilities. But these are sites that I am very familiar with in my past role as a dean. I've continued to keep that relationship going, even though I had not been teaching. But we're very excited and they're excited for us to be able to come back into their facilities. We have for faculty members that are very experienced in both vocational nursing education and some that are actually at the baccalaureate and associate degree levels that have expressed interest in coming to work at Lamson Institute with our students. We feel that the proposed curriculum will prepare our graduating nurses to pass NCLEX and secure jobs in our community. We also have our career services on board to help our students throughout the process of creating resumes, doing mock interviews, and actually sending out resumes in advance to facilities that are hiring, which happens sometimes out of the clinical rotations. They end up offering some positions to our students before they even pass the NCLEX. So we also have full support from every department at our school, along with our illustrious CEO, who's been very supportive throughout this past year of this proposal being put together. We also just would like to know, we are very strong and compassionate about the healthcare community in San Antonio. As with the COVID, we saw the need exponentially rise and the roles were not there to fulfill. So we're hoping that we will be able to fulfill that need and put out the best nurses for our community. But again, thank you for your time to let us present this morning. And if you have any questions, I'm available to answer any questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board members, do you, any of you have questions?
Good morning. This is Carol. Thank you for coming. I just had a few questions. I'm not familiar with the Wonderlic. What is that? And I noticed that if you have in your criteria, admission criteria, if they've had this Wonderlic, they don't have to retake it. Can you kind of tell me what that exam is, what it entails or what it is?
The Wonderlic is an assessment that we use currently for the programs that we offer now. It's an assessment to see pretty much where our students stand and if we have to continue tutoring with them or how they're doing and if they're ready to and prepared to move to the next step.
Okay, so that one will be in conjunction with the T's?
Yes.
For all students though, correct? The
Yes,
T's?
it's actually a criteria before they even take the T's.
Okay. I guess I'm looking through my notes. I'm sorry. I guess I want more information on why you're asking for to be able to admit 2 cohorts your very first year on. How are you going to gauge if the first cohort is successful, or how are you going to tweak and make changes if you've got for the next cohort if you already have the next cohort going?
Well, it was anticipated that we won't have to require a second cohort to get the 30 in because we do have such excitement and constant students asking, coming into my office and asking, when could they start the process? But we just wanted to make sure that we had the full cohort of 30 within the year. The curriculum that we've put together, I think, is pretty substantial to be able to create. Every level is based on the level before. So it's like building a house. The quarter one is like the foundation, and then quarter two is putting the walls up, and in that philosophy. But the curriculum is set up to allow students to be able to critically think, be part of the interdisciplinary team and be part of the community and understand the process that happened. So I believe that the way it's set up, it's not really going to need to be tweaked so soon. But again, that's a constant ongoing process that if we do see something right away, we can manage to make those changes.
If I may add, as an organization, we do offer, as Dr. Ayers noted, both a practical nurse program and a nursing program in Las Vegas. The nursing program in Las Vegas currently has an NCLEX pass rate of about 100%. So we do understand the seriousness of making sure that these students are prepared to pass that NCLEX and become prepared to go work in field. And our placement rates have been doing very well in that department as well. So although Lamson will be new to offering that, we're confident with Angie's experience as well as the support that we have from other campuses to help ensure that the students here are successful. We can accommodate it.
Okay, thank you. One last question. I don't recall where I read, but are all your classes going to be taught face-to-face, or I think I read where the general ed were going to be online?
Well, all the classes are face-to-face. The general ed has some online components where they would have discussions on
Madam
Canvas.
Jameson, I have a question.
I'm sorry. So it's all face-to-face with components of online. And then of course for testing, it will be all online.
Just of the general ed courses online, or also the nursing courses online? What testing would be online?
Online, and then they really won't have the discussion like the gen ed courses will have. That happens in the classroom and in the lab, and of course, obviously at clinical during pre and post conference.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Jameson. Okay, I think you're muted, Maisie. Can you check? Okay, see if you're on now. Are you talking? Okay, I'm still not hearing you.
Ms. Jameson, I believe you're unmuted now. Can you speak? Can you hear us?
Maisie, can you talk and we'll see if we can hear you? Okay, we can't hear you right now. I'm sorry, we still can't hear you.
Ms. Ship,
Yes.
I would like to also let the board members know that in the proposal, when it was sent, we were anticipating an August start date, but looking at how long it may take for the Texas Workforce Commission and the Department of Ed to do the approval, we're now looking at possibly like an October start date and possibly a January for the second if we do not get the 30 in October.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm aware of that. You're welcome.
Okay, Ms. Jameson, have you been able to unmute? I know you had some questions. I'm sorry. We can't hear. While she is getting that to work, is there anybody else that has some questions? Any of our other educators or any other members?
Madam President, I have a few questions.
Okay, Dr. Edwards.
Good morning, Lamson colleagues. I have a question about the clinical affiliations. There was a Sarah Roberts French home mentioned. Can you just tell me what population that serves?
That is a long-term care facility, and actually it's an all-female facility, and it has only 68 potential slots of residents that live there.
Okay, and still on the clinical affiliation question, where do your LVN candidates get their pediatric or acute cares experience?
We have pending, again, the opening up for the COVID lockdown, Warm Springs Hospital here in San Antonio. And we also have the Floresville Hospital in Floresville for both the Q5, the pediatric, and also the last senior acute care.
I'm sorry, would you repeat the second clinical affiliation name?
Connolly Memorial Medical in Floresville.
And that's acute and PD?
Yes, it's a full spectrum hospital.
Awesome. Tertiary care. Okay. And
Yes, ma'am.
then my other question pertained to the community support. I couldn't find, I had some difficulty with the table of contents and the curriculum not being on page 55. It was actually 18. And so I absolutely could have missed where there were letters from support of the community, but could you tell me if there were letters that you included in the packet of support?
Absolutely. Actually, every one of the PAC members that came in May of last year, we had a PAC meeting. They sent us letters of support. So every one of our affiliation agreements, there was a letter of support from them in our proposal.
In the packet?
President, I'm quoting here from page 5 in one of your documents. Students are very
Okay,
important.
hold on, just
Okay.
Maisie, just hold right there. We're glad you're back on. Allison's getting an answer because we just went on to her while we were you. So if you just wait 1 second, then Allison will finish hers. I'm sorry. Ms. Navarro, were you answering, or Angie? Ms. Garza?
Yes, every one of our affiliation agreements that we have in place now send a letter of support.
So to the board, or was it part of the packet?
It doesn't show that I'm unmuted.
Addendum. It's part of the addendum. It's in an addendum.
Sure.
Appendix?
I'm quoting from one of your documents. Quote, students are very important.
Okay, Maisie, hold on
Okay.
just a second. Thank you. Okay.
I'm just trying to clarify where, you said it's in an appendix?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. And
Of
then,
course.
do you require for admission purposes or before they begin their LVN candidacy, do you require a drug screen, a negative drug screen? I didn't see that in the admission requirements.
Absolutely, they have to have a drug screening as well as pass the fast pass, the background check.
Right.
Before they're allowed into.
Right, I saw that, but I didn't see a negative drug screen specified. And then my last question was one that Ms. Hawkins addressed, was the Wonderlic. Is that a standardized assessment exam, or is that something that was developed by Lamson?
No, it's a standardized.
And we use the Scholastic, this is Rose Hernandez. We use the Scholastic level exam. The Wonderlic was developed many years ago and has been used to determine one's ability to work in specific occupations?
It's also recognized by the Department of Education. Sorry, this is Peter McHale. It was something that was developed by a third party and is pretty widely recognized throughout the industry.
Thank you for that. I always like learning about new assessment tools.
Well,
Thank
Wonderlic
you.
it's a funny name, but it's actually named after the creator.
Thank you very much.
Charlie Wonderlic.
I think it was
all the
made
questions
famous
that
by
I
the
have.
NFL, right? Made famous by the NFL.
I think you're right, actually, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Maisie, we're glad to have you back. What was your question? Okay, it looks like you need to unmute again. We're not hearing you. This is crazy. I'm sorry.
Madam President, if she will text somebody her questions.
I
we can read
don't
them
think that's a
for
good
her.
idea,
Oh, we
Dr.
can't?
Edwards. No.
Okay, it looks like she's unmuted. Can you tell us now, Maisie? Okay, you were on and then it went off. Can you go back to what you did before that?
Her picture is showing a low bandwidth issue. And I think her delay, it sounded like she was interrupting, but I think it was just a complete delay in her audio. Yeah.
Dan? Mhm. Okay, Maisie, can you talk now? It looks like her mute button was off instead of on. So,
how could we get her questions? Dusty just stepped away, but how could we get her questions where legal counsel approves?
I think Dusty's talking to Patricia.
Okay.
Yes, he's going back into his office now.
Okay, do you think we can get her on the phone? Ever call in that number?
Call in the number to talk on the through the web. Sure, let's give that a try. We'll evaluate the effectiveness of that, and if it's not appropriate, then we can address it there.
Okay.
Madam President, this is Kathy Leader. In the interim, may I ask my question?
Yes.
Good afternoon. No, it's good morning. This is Kathy Leaderhorn. I represent LVN practice on the board. My question stems from the Las Vegas College. The pass rate that I find for your ADN is 82%. And I looked on the PN and it appears that you're still in a conditional approval with the Nevada school. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. The practical nurse program only launched late last year, so we haven't produced any of our first graduates yet.
Well, and I'm sorry, but maybe I misheard. I thought you said your pass rate was about 100%. Was that specifically to the ADN that's 84%, or am I wrong?
No, the most recent cohort, ma'am, was 100%. There was the school's been in operation for a while, and apparently there was a graduate from a few years back that actually took the NCLEX without letting us know. She didn't go through any preparation whatsoever. She failed, and so we had one person who kind of dropped it down a little bit. But the more recent cohorts we've been putting out at anywhere above 90 to 100%. So the cohorts are small right now because the school was in teach out when we took it over back at the end of 2018. And so we were down to about 55 students there. So when the graduates were coming out, we weren't seeing a lot that were testing. We are now starting to produce graduates from the time that we took over the school. And those numbers are still relatively low. I think, but they are picking up now as as the enrollments had increased 2 years ago.
Okay, I must be looking at something in error because I see there's you had 5 first-time test takers per the Nevada school and then 3 retakers, and those 3 retakers were not successful, but your 5 first-time takers were.
Okay, I could look into that. My yesterday, my director told us we were at 100% for the more recent cohort, but
Thank you so much. And I know that that school's not going to be completely indicative of the test takers or your students in Texas. I
Okay,
just thought
can you hear me
that was
now?
something to
Yes.
that was worth mentioning. Thank you.
no, and I think that's fair. And I would just tell you that
Okay,
some of the things that we've done to
can I be heard now?
Okay. Can we go to Ms. Jamison and then we'll pick up with you, Mr. McHale?
Sure.
If we have her,
I know.
sorry
No.
about technology. Okay,
No.
Macy.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
yes. Yes, Maisie, go ahead.
Madam President, I think there's a delay. She's not actually speaking right now. She's going to try to call in.
Oh, so that wasn't by phone. That wasn't a phone attempt?
No, that was that she's got a delay due to her internet bandwidth, and so I'm getting her in right now on the phone. If you'll give me just a minute.
Okay.
May I ask a quick question? Mr. Michael, good morning. I think it's still before noon. Where are you located, sir?
Sorry, just needed to unmute. I'm located in Las Vegas, Nevada.
I apologize. We usually meet face to face and COVID has changed that. And so it's rare not to have a few issues. So thank you for your patience.
No, we understand. It's a different world today.
It is.
Madam President, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning to those of you representing Lamson. In your admissions, under the admissions, it says there is one of the requirements is to meet with the program director. Is that just a courtesy meet? I represent consumers, by the way. Is that a courtesy meet, or is there a certain amount of influence, perhaps, that can be swayed with regards to admissions and the interview? Is this an interview or is this just a meeting?
No, it's an interview, but there's really no swaying. It's a matter of getting to know the student. After that interview, obviously, we'll do due diligence. If they're a student here, which again, a lot of them have shown interest, I will follow up with the instructors, look at their attendance, look at, how they were in class, were they interactive? Did they show up? Not just physically, but did they show up mentally for the class prepared and things like that? So it's part of the process. I've used it in the past, but it doesn't 100% say yes or no, they're in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I guess while we're waiting for Ms. Jamison, Ms. Lederhorn and Mr. McHale, I'm just so sorry that we had to cut you off at that time. So do you want to continue answering that
Can you hear me now?
question?
You can
No,
hear
I'm good.
me?
I'm good.
Excellent.
Okay. Yes, Macy, we hear you.
It's okay. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Yes. Patricia, did you get her on the phone?
I did, and she has indicated that she is passing on her question to continue on with the meeting. I've asked her to connect by phone, and I'm assuming she's having some difficulty with that. So she just said she's going to pass on her questions.
Well, I appreciate the board members when they study these reports and look and have their questions and want to be clear. And it's unfortunate. So
I would just like to say I recognize the fact that she must have put a lot of thought into the question. I am totally happy to wait for her to resolve the issue, but I can address Ms. Leader Horn in the meantime. But we're happy to wait for her question. So.
Oh, I'm good. This is Kathy Leaderhorn. I'm good. Thank you.
I think it just matters to us when we see a school with history and we want to know, and you're starting a new program, how those board scores were and how those students did. It makes sense that your program would be working with the other one as you were establishing and making sure the quality was there.
Yeah, and those are all the things that we've put in place. At the end of the day, we also have to meet placement rates for our accrediting bodies. And the placement rates have to be a minimum of 70%. Clearly, if they don't pass the NCLEX, they have no chance at placement whatsoever. So for us, we've really taken it seriously in terms of the entrance process, ensuring that one, they get an entrance evaluation on the Wonderlic that is even above what the normal programs are, because we understand that nursing is a very different caliber versus medical assistant or lab assistant. So we really want to set the students up for success. So the score for the Wonderlic is typically a little bit higher to qualify to take the TEAS. Once they pass the TEAS, then they go through the interview process, they do the drug screen, they do the background check, because ultimately if they fail these things, we know that we can't place them. And if we can't place them at a rate of 70%, I lose the program regardless of what the Board of Nursing would say anyway. So we have so many different mechanisms in place to protect the students and make sure that they're successful. And also, to kind of establish a great reputation for the school itself, that we always make sure. And there's just to even take the NCLEX in Las Vegas, what we've done now, what we've implemented is a green light process where they will actually go through like a practice test. They will do all kinds of things and make sure they're ready. Green lights then they go through, and that's why we've seen improvement over the last couple of years with the NCLEX pass rates in Las Vegas.
Madam
Thank you.
President, may I ask a
Yes.
question?
Yes.
This is Tamara Rhodes. I represent Associate Degree Nursing Education. I was looking at your Las Vegas program as well, and I noticed that you have full accreditation from ACEN, or the Accreditation Commission for Education and Nursing.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you obtain that accreditation, and when was your last visit?
So that accreditation was actually obtained before we took over the school in November of 2018. I can't tell you when the initial grant was off the top of my head, but the last visit occurred in 2018 as we were getting ready to take over the school. I did meet with the site visitors while we were in the due diligence process and the transitioning. And then we just went through the change of ownership process as soon as we took over. So as far as I can remember, the last grant would have been about 2018 or so, or 2019, early 2019.
Okay, that's quite an accomplishment. I would recommend that you guys keep in contact with that accreditation.
Yes, and that's the goal here as well.
Yes, because it's going to be a lot of work for you to pull your program back up to maintain that. I also am hesitant when I think you have a good program proposal. I'm excited about that. I think that admitting 30 students once a year is a very valid goal. When I hear that you're considering admitting a cohort in October and then another one in January, that seems like a very rapid turnaround for a new program. So I'd almost hesitate and ask you to wait and consider just doing that 30 initially, and then make sure your program's strong before you take a second cohort. But thank you for your input, and thank you for being here today.
If I could just clarify, I don't think we were looking to go over 30. I think we were just saying because sometimes when you're trying to market a new program, you might only get 10 students in. And so what we were basically saying is if we only end up with 10 or 12 students in that October start, we would like maybe in that January cohort or January start to admit another, up to 20 or 18, whatever the difference would be, just to get us to that 30 so that the students have more people to interact with. We have, and we can establish those clinical sites. So it's not to go over 30 or not to go 30 and 30, just to go up to 30.
Thank you.
So this is Kathy Ship. And so in reading, it looked like it was up to 30 for the year 2021. And then in 2022, you would be adding another 30. So am I understanding that you were planning on August? And so if that's not working, that it would be from this August to next August, 60? Or are you thinking this August to next August, 30? And then you would go to 60 the second year?
Yes, it would be 60 for the second year.
In August. So this first year of cohort, August to August, would be 30.
Correct.
Okay, I like that. I don't know that that was as clear. I don't know, Dr. Ayers, was that as clear for you?
I appreciate Ms. Garza clarifying for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ayers.
Okay.
Madam President,
Yes.
I talked to Ms. Jameson and she authorized me to ask the question on her behalf to the program.
Thank you.
Sure. She had read, I think in page 5 of the report, that students are y'all's priority, or students are very important to y'all. Students are the priority. I think that was a theme that she gathered from that page, and she wanted to ask, what is your profile? How would you explain the profile of an ideal student for your program? What are y'all looking for?
We're looking for someone that is prepared, committed, because it is a full-time program, and that to have the realization of the expectations. We're here to support them along the way because we know life happens. We have guidance along the way. I personally have weekly check-ins. I did it in another program and I'm going to continue to do it here with my students, that if, in week 2, they're not quite making the grade or they might have attendance issues, I'm not going to let it fall too far along and be constantly in the classes with them and find out what is their issue and how we can help them. The profile is to have someone that is compassionate about healthcare, about nursing, and our community as well, and the things that are going on in our community. But we'll have at every level support for students that, again, life might happen and we have to figure out how we're going to help them through whatever situation they're going through to make sure that they're continuing to be successful in the classrooms and ultimately meet their own nursing goals.
And if I may add, and this may be of special interest to the gentleman representing consumers, we also, in addition to the placement rates, we are required to have minimum graduation rates. So we can't just throw everybody and anybody in, regardless of whether it's vocational nursing or heating and air conditioning, whatever the case may be. So even as I mentioned to you earlier, we are beholden to those placement rates. So really the ultimate admission process boils down to whether a student can be placed, and then also whether or not they do have that commitment to finish the program. So we really need both in order to maintain our institutional accreditation, which allows us to stay open. And that's how we just take it very seriously and ensure that whoever's coming in is very committed.
Ms. President, Madam President, I would like to make a motion.
Yes, thank you.
I move to grant initial approval to Lamson Institute to establish a new vocational nursing education program in San Antonio, Texas, and impose the condition and requirement in the attached board order.
This is Rick Williams. I second.
Okay, let's have some clarification. The board order was a little unclear, I think, about that 30, so it would be 30 for that first 12 months, 30 students, however they get that admitted.
Yes, thank you.
Okay?
Do I need to restate that?
No, I think Dusty, is that clarifying it? Is that
Right.
good? Okay. All right. So we have a motion and the second from Rick. So having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote in board docs.
This is Tamara, and I have lost authentication, so I am voting yay.
Okay. Daryl, were you able to get on? I can't hear you.
I was not able to get on,
Okay.
but
So,
I'm voting yay.
okay. So Patricia, we have Daryl yay and Tamara yay.
Yes, ma'am.
Or-
And the vote is unanimous.
Okay, unanimous. So thank you so much.
Thank you
for
so
being.
much, board members.
Thank you, board
Thank
members.
you.
Appreciate it.
Yes. So we look forward to you doing well and helping our San Antonio area and producing more nurses. So thank you for being here today. And I apologize for the technology. I'm sure you understand
We do.
about that.
We do, and it was well worth
We
the
do.
wait.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank
Y'all
you.
be safe and have a great day.
You too. Take care.
Thank you. Okay, I think that right now it is 12, and I think that Mark's report 5.1.2 is a little, is it long, Mark? Or you think we could do that and then break for lunch? He's coming.
No, ma'am, it's not long.
Okay, it's a great report.
Thank
So
you.
I don't want you to shorten it, but I just want you to have your time. So thank you. So now we'll do 5.1.2.
Madam President and board members, the document you had that you received last night, one of the reasons why it's coming a little bit later is that we're still in transition from our legacy system, the old nurse system, into ORBS. And obviously they're written in 2 different languages. So keep in mind, we're in this transition of trying to make sure all our definitions are correct in the numbers that we provide. So that's one of the reasons why this is taking a little bit longer. And sometimes why you see UA are unavailable at this point, because we're making sure that the numbers are consistent for the board to see. And also the 2 things that we have to be very careful with are these are key measures. So when I talk about key measures, some of the key measures are set by the legislature. So we report those continuously. And the other key measures are those internally that the board is interested in, especially in the enforcement area and really all the areas that you see. So the 3 main areas that you have are licensing, education, and enforcement. So on the very right side, you see the key targets. It says 2021 target. And when you see that column, you see just numbers in various aspects of it, not all of them, but those targets are those set by our legislature. And that's why it would be of interest to you to make sure, are we meeting those targets annually? So on that right side, if you see a number, that means that's the target we're supposed to be meeting every year. If it's not in that particular area, it is of interest to the board and as the staff to give you this information, especially the public information in specific areas. So that's the delineation between the 2. Also to let you know, beginning next year, fiscal year, and most likely as we hear when the General Appropriations Act is passed, we have let you know that we will be changing and adding the APRN metrics to this document. We've started to, It is not required. We have not separated APRN metrics in the past as a key measure for the legislature or internally at that point, but it will be officially as of September 1. So you will be seeing those numbers added to this group. We are starting to do that now because in many areas we've already been collecting the APRN data. We're getting much better at it. So you'll start seeing more consistent APRN data. Just to let you know, just overall, if you continue to look as you have these discussions about new schools and current licensees, especially in that first group in the licensing, we are consistently seeing the flattening of current licensees as LVNs. And it's been very consistent over the past few years. And you can see as we dropped one quarter to the next quarter. So it's consistent as far as the number of current licensees in that particular area. The RNs continues always to grow between 3 and 4%, sometimes 5%, depending on our area. That's been consistent. And our APRN growth has always been in the upper single digits or the lower double digits. And it's been quite high from that perspective. So we're going to continue to monitor those particular areas. So all the other areas give you an indication about the cost of some of our programs that are interesting, the number of complaints, and also what will happen is that we have readjusted some of our targets for next year. One particular area will be our peer assistance program, because specifically we will be having APRN information in that particular area. So we have readjusted our targets. That will start September of next year. So you're going to see a more comprehensive list of all 3 areas that we have: LVNs, RNs, and APRNs. And as the ops person in finance, these things are really important because we have to cost this out and how much money it takes to do business as the Board of Nursing. And I think it's really important as we continue to have these discussions as the board, when we present this to the board, is, for example, the 5% that we were reduced this past year, how long does it take to issue a license? So these two work in tandem with each other, the business of the agency and the number of licensees that we have. The growth is exponential. Our licensing group has grown. The one piece that we don't have always that is a resource is that continue to understand that we do criminal background checks on students before they get into school. That continues to grow. It's a huge resources because then it goes into the enforcement team about looking at the information that we have to provide for DOs. But you do have the number of declaratory orders that we produce. So you can see what the enforcement team is having to review. So this is an indicator to you of some of the workload of the agency and the major workload agencies that we have and the numbers that we're seeing. So it has implications not only to our workload, but also to finances. And so that's why I think there's 2 things that you have to look at from this document. I just wanted to give that to you because this will change slightly. We will try to make sure that you have this on time every quarter because it is important information as we look to the future and how we do business as an agency and our finances. So that's what this document is. Again, it's key measures not only for the legislature, but for the board. Do you have any questions?
Any questions, board members? Thank you, Mark. This is great to be able to read and to understand. And I mean, we have to know the cost of doing business. So thank you. Any other statements or questions?
Yes, Madam President, I have one question.
Yes.
Mark, on page 2.
I can't hear you. Can you get a little closer to your microphone or?
Can't. Can you hear me?
That's better.
Okay, Mark, on page 2, under nursing education, the average cost of a survey visit, it looks like there were 6 visits and the average cost was $200, and then for one it was $600. Is that the average cost per visit, or is that what was spent?
That's
and how
overall that's what was spent, but when you look at the economies of scale, obviously when you have more visits and one person versus maybe multiple people on one visit, it depends. So I'd have to look specifically at what the increase is, but usually when I see one, the cost is usually higher because we have X amount of dollars we allocate for one visit. And when you have more visits, obviously the cost goes down.
Got it.
And a lot also depends on the number of staff that are on the visit and how long it takes to prepare for the visit. So it's all the time the nursing education consultants spend not only in our offices here, and a lot depends on the program itself. So it depends on which visit. And if it's one school that maybe by under 80%, obviously the time they spend on that would be a lot more than another visit that's just a regular visit to a school of nursing.
This is Kathy. You know, finance isn't my thing, but I still am not understanding that when you have more, it's less.
When you have more, what I have seen the economies of scale is that if you have more visits, and they're usually shorter visits, depending on the number, is that the allocation of dollars, resources as far as compensation that we use, and the time that we use is usually less than just one visit itself. So it all depends on that one visit, the amount of time that we spent on that visit.
Okay, I thought maybe it meant location.
No, ma'am. In this particular case, keep in mind that we're doing all these mostly virtual.
Okay.
So keep that in mind. That's one of them. And if you drill down closer, it depends on what the visit would be, as if it's a regular visit, just a follow-up visit, or if it was a visit versus a school that was under 80%, where we'd spend more time. Or there also could be like the new schools, so that you have all the proposals that you have. Staff will spend more time on a proposal, and that would be part of the cost of a survey visit.
I just wondered when I saw that last night. So, any other questions?
This is Tamara. Would that also have been impacted by the fact that we were doing virtual versus in-person visits?
In this particular, yes, it would be, but it still goes back down to how much time the nursing consultants are spending on the proposal, if it's an initial proposal, or if it's just a review of a school under 80% pass rate versus just a regular visit, post 80% or just a regular visit that we do sometimes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so on our agenda, thank you so much, Mark.
Welcome.
We have our next meeting with the Peer Assistance Program at 1 o'clock. And right now, I have that it's 12:14. So if we can just be back a couple of minutes so we can start that one early, you know, by 12:55, and then, I mean, that we can start right on time at 1 and get Dawn admitted into the system and everything. Okay, is everybody good with that? We can take care of business and grab a bite? Okay. Okay, see you back right before 1. Thank you. I think I see Dawn. Dawn? Okay, well, welcome back after lunch. Next on our agenda for consideration is agenda item 7.11, Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses Quality Report for the second quarter. And Dawn Webb will be giving us this report. And Dawn, you can tell us what your official title is. Thank you.
Okay, first I want to make sure y'all can hear me okay.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. My name is Dawn Webb, and I am the Program Director of the Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses.
Thank you. Okay,
You're
go
welcome.
ahead.
Okay, so we have the second quarterly report. And basically, because I haven't talked to y'all in a while, it's good to see everybody. It's been a year, basically, since I've seen everyone in person. So hi. So on the quarterly report, what I've done is I'm going to just give you the quarterly report, but I've done some accumulative numbers also, since I haven't seen y'all in a while. On the first page, we have our referral section. This last quarter, we received 170 referrals, which is an increase from the previous 2 quarters. We did have a rough quarter last year. Our fourth quarter, we had a significant decrease, which was a little frightening, but we're back on the uptick and doing really well right now. We've surpassed already in this quarter, the current quarter, over half of what we got in the last quarter. So our referrals are definitely going up. So I'm happy with that. That's the first page. Second page is more referral information. If y'all have questions, let me know. The third page of the report has our drug testing. And we've been keeping pretty close track of that because during the pandemic, the second quarter and third quarter of last year, we did do a lot of excusing of drug tests. So we've tracked that very closely, and we have trended significantly down. This last quarter, we only excused 55. Quarter before that was 67. Prior to that was 116, and prior to that was 152, which is pretty much unheard of. But because of labs being closed and people being exposed to COVID, we had to ensure public safety and the safety of our nurses. So we did have to do some excusing of the drug test. So if you have any questions on that, let me know. Again, everything is trending in the right direction. So I'm going to skip on. Oh, go ahead.
Hi, Dawn. This is Kathy talking.
Hi.
Kathy Thomas. So can you talk to the board a little bit about when you put people back on drug testing, what kind of safety mechanisms you?
Yeah. So when we had to excuse drug testing, what we had decided, and we did communicate heavily with the Board of Nursing on every action that we took during the pandemic to accommodate nurses. So what we did is if we had to excuse drug testing, we did more comprehensive drug testing once we were able to drug test again. So we did blood testing, hair follicle, so that if anything, so we could catch anything that was missed during the period of time where we weren't doing the urine drug screenings. So we were able to cover that time. So even though we had a lot of tests that were excused, we still did not miss out on making sure the public safety piece was there. Nurses were aware that they would have more comprehensive testing at a later date. So they basically knew that was going to be happening, and they knew it wasn't just a free pass to not drug test. I communicated via email. The case managers were communicating. Again, we stayed in communication with the Board of Nursing on how we were handling everything at the time. It was just a very difficult transition because so many drug testing facilities had to close so that they could get all of their COVID protocols in place. And then we have nurses who are working in positions where we didn't want them to put themselves at risk. An example would be like a neonatal nurse who's basically going to work, going home, staying safe. And then we didn't want to put them at risk of, forcing them to go drug test. And somehow they would get exposed. So once everything was in place and the labs could guarantee safety, and put everything in place, we were able to do the more comprehensive testing. So
thank you, Dawn.
You're welcome. Any questions on that? Okay.
Thank
So,
you. And hold on, and just for the record,
yes.
David Salcedo is in And it looks like Maisie Jameson is in as well, or trying to get in. So I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. So the next few pages are data. Basically, I'm not going to go through each page. I'm going to go on to page 7. That is our progress updates on the status of our major projects. We continue to have the advisory committee every quarter. That's going well. We've recently worked on a new advisory committee policy, making sure that the structure of the advisory committee is set up to support TPAPN's needs. And, just that way, we can utilize the advisory committee for bigger projects like strategic planning, any kind of program updates or that basically need a specific group of expertise to guide us. So we've really worked on that, and we continue and will continue to do that. We did go ahead and get a TNF grant completely up and running to help TPAPN participants with their cost for their initial evaluation. TPAPN is now set up to provide a 25% grant to nurses who show financial need when they get that initial evaluation. So far, we have supplied 6 nurses have been approved for that grant. So that's a really positive thing that we're really excited about. And all nurses that are participating in TPAPN, when they receive their initial letter in the very beginning of participation, they get information regarding that grant. And then where they would go apply. We have a committee set up who looks at the financial need that goes through the application. So that I'm not the one making the decision. The case managers aren't the ones making the decision. There's an application process. There's a committee to ensure that we're doing everything properly for that grant. Any questions on that? Okay. We did kick off a new website. If anyone's interested in checking it out, it looks really, really good. It's just more user-friendly. We have a lot of you can register for any of our information. I'll go through some of the stuff that we're doing that's new, but we have informational sessions, lunch and learn. We've really utilized the virtual platform. We've learned that we can reach a lot of people virtually. So our website is really equipped for that at this point. We did kick off an updated peer support partner program. About 6-8 months ago, we looked at our peer support partner list, and we had a lot of peer support partners that weren't engaged, that weren't taking on participants. So we really went in and cleaned that up, which made our list get significantly smaller. So we've done a huge recruitment campaign over the past few months through social media, through advertisements, through mass email. And we are actually getting a lot of new peer support partners, which is pretty exciting. And we've also made the program more educational for the peer support partners that are coming in. So we're providing motivational interviewing training during the workshop, peer support, person-centered care planning during the workshop. We are now offering a monthly educational session with one of our case managers who is a master's level LCDC, who's had a train the trainer training for motivational interviewing. She's meeting with peer support partners once a month and providing them with any education that they might need. And that's gone really well. We've done that twice so far, and will continue every month. We are doing peer support partner informational sessions. So a lot of people have talked about becoming a peer support partner, have expressed interest, but they don't actually put in the application. So now we have an informational session once a month where people can come on. We give them kind of a presentation of, what it's like to be a peer support partner, the process, all of that, and allow them to ask questions. That informational session has been pretty successful also. So some pretty cool things we have going there. We also have a Slack communication board for peer support partners, so they can communicate with one another and support one another. So it's just basically kind of like a private Facebook, but it's called Slack communication. And then they have access directly to myself, Roland Rodriguez. If they want to ask questions, we can also post on there like the next workshop, the next informational session. We also put the lunch and learn on there so that the peer support partners can help advertise to their colleagues when we have a lunch and learn or informational sessions. So we're trying to utilize peer support partners more than we did in the past. We also have, and I also created a new peer support partner handbook. And we did not have, as we had like kind of a one pager of, you know, some requirements, but now we have a small handbook that really gives them more support to peer support partners and access to resources. We want them to have the same resources that we have. So they have a lot of resources available to them. Another thing that we've done, and this started earlier in the year last year, the Wild 5 Wellness Project, we had partnered with the UT School of Nursing to provide basically wellness workbooks they basically address 5 areas of wellness. We have 25 nurses that are participating in that, so that's gone pretty well. We also partnered with Orexo. It's a digital therapeutics company. They have a program called Deprexis, and it's a cognitive behavioral therapy program that's all artificial intelligence. So you just log on basically to an app or the website, and you interact. It's individualized, it's geared towards that person. It asks questions and it interacts, and the artificial intelligence basically responds to how that person has responded to them. So, and it's basically set up for individuals that are suffering from depression. It doesn't have to be diagnosed depression. It can just be depressive symptoms. We're offering that free. It's a 12-week program. We have over 90 people that have so far participated in that program. And we worked closely with Orexo. This is evidence-based. They have all of the data to support it. It's amazing. It's very cool. And our participants have really loved it, enjoyed it. And it basically is a program that you can use side by side with your regular care as usual. If someone's, already going to therapy, or if they're using medications or whatever, this program works really well with that. It can be independent of care of anything. If someone just wants to do Deprexis, they can do that. But if they have other care, they can do that simultaneously. And the cool thing is it's available 24/7. It's at their fingertips. They can get in and log on. Again, it's cognitive behavioral therapy. And it basically sets up a toolbox for that person. So when they log in, they've kind of accumulated a toolbox, and they can go to their toolbox and click on the things that worked for them. Whether it was journaling or meditation, there's just a lot of different tools that they can go back to and reference in their time of need. So that's been pretty exciting. And then we've also revamped all of surveys. We went in and just basically our participant surveys for successful completion. We have middle of participation surveys instead of just getting people when they completed. We have surveys that are going out to employers, surveys that are going out to peer support partners. We're collecting a lot more data than we had in the past, and it's been very, very helpful. So that's pretty much our progress on the major projects that we've been working on. We have kind of the next following this part is the progress on meeting short and long-term objectives. I'll go on to our outreach, and that is on page 9 of the report. There's a couple committees that I've participated in. Some have been on hold. The biggest one is that I was on the Healthy Nations Strength and Resiliency Committee. Prior to COVID, it was the Suicide Prevention Committee, but we kind of changed it up, and we did a lot of work and pulled together a lot of resources, and have basically a blog and a web page that's on Nursing World that has a lot of wonderful resources. And we've been able to share those. Of course, TPAPN has utilized all of those, and we shared them on our website. And we've also shared with TNA, and actually TNA connected me to this committee. So it was a really, really wonderful thing to be able to do, especially during COVID. We worked on, we did self-care wallet cards. We were trying to figure out like last summer how we can help, and not be present. It was challenging for me to not be a frontline nurse, to be, you know, COVID happening. My job prior to becoming the program director at TPAPN was like homeless outreach, and I was out there. So it was really kind of a struggle in trying to figure out what we can do to make a difference. So one thing that we did is we partnered with TNA to send out self-care wallet cards, just a little card. I was thinking, what's easy for nurses, something they can just stick in their pocket. They're feeling a little stressed out, you know, what can we do to help? And so we developed these little wallet cards. I actually have one here. They're just little wallet cards. Yeah. And basically they just have, you know, little things you can do during times of stress. So we have sent out about 14,000 of these, which is pretty amazing. And, you know, even anytime we send out any type of information that has our name on it, it's going to help with referrals. So we just want to get that exposure. So, and we've really been focused on wellness in the past year and really kind of taken a stance on that. Not only are we an alternative to discipline program, but we want to provide nurses with wellness resources in that early intervention piece, which is so important. So we did the self-care wallet cards. We also we partnered with TNA to do thank you cards. That's not on this report, but there's some other things that we did. And just a lot of making sure that we sent out resources and that we were available to nurses over the past year. Some other things, we've increased our peer support partner workshops to quarterly, because now that they're virtual, it's easier to go quarterly. So we do those quarterly now. Again, we do the informational sessions monthly. Always mailing out those wallet cards. We have a quarterly lunch and learn, which is basically the complete TPAPN overview. And we've had some really good turnout. The first one we did, we had over 100 participants. So it's been really good. And then of course we continue with our staff development. I've made sure that over, you know, the past year that the case managers are, you know, being trained on trauma-informed care, that they're, you know, stay involved with what's going on in the world of COVID. And then, you know, any type of case management skills or any type of recovery, just anything we can find that will help support our case managers in supporting nurses. So some pretty good training that we've had. Yeah, and again, we stay involved in making sure that we go to the different webinars and things like that that have to do with the COVID-19 pandemic and how it affects the mental health of nurses. We did hire a new outreach coordinator. One of our case managers has transitioned into the outreach coordinator role, which is amazing. And she is just hype and loves it. And we are doing more social media, which has really made a difference. And we've seen from our social media an increase in our people signing up to become a peer support partner. And we created a TPAPN outreach email so that we have this, you know, open access for anyone who would like to reach out and just ask us questions. And we sent out a mass email Sunday regarding peer support partners, and our TPAPN outreach email blew up. So we're pretty excited about that. So there's been a lot of good that's in creativity that's come out in the past year, and how we can support nurses. Let's see. Okay, so that's pretty much the quarterly report. A couple of things that I did want to say is that we are seeing our referrals increase, which is really wonderful. And over the past year, we have had one thing we've done, and I've worked pretty close with Tony on this, is ensuring that our referral turnaround time is quick. So now when we receive referrals, whether it's third-party self, third-party BON, we get that referral processed. The goal is in 7 days. And we really hit that number most of the time. The only time we haven't hit it is if our intake coordinator is like out on vacation and we're trying to kind of, we have someone backing up to cover her, but sometimes we'll get a lot of referrals and it might put us a couple days behind. But we are getting our referrals processed within 7 days now. And we give that report to Tony every week when we do our weekly report. The main goal is early intervention, and that is our referral turnaround time, because the longer our referrals sit there, the time is passing when that nurse isn't receiving help. And we want to make sure with motivational interviewing, it's really important that you intervene during that time where that person is going to be the most motivated. So we're really trying to work through like the referrals when we get them 2 or 3 months after the fact. We find that those are, when we get those referrals, it's harder to engage that nurse. So that the earlier we can get involved, the better. And then of course that wellness piece, our self-referrals from when I started, it's been 2 years now, we get, it's significant. Right now, just in the past few weeks, we've already gotten 13 self-referrals. Last quarter, we had 28. I mean, there was a time where it was like 2, 3, 4. The numbers were really low. So our self-referrals are pretty impressive. And then another big goal this year is to reduce stigma. Stigma for mental health conditions and stigma for substance use disorders. And we've done a lot of just kind of outreach in the sense of writing articles, doing, like, again, the lunch and learns. I've done nurse talks. Anytime I can present to talk about mental health and substance use disorders in nursing, I try to do that to help reduce that stigma piece. So that's what's going on in TPAPN. Do you have any questions?
I do. I'm exhausted.
It was a
with all my
lot.
work.
It was a lot. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dawn.
You're
Quick
welcome.
question. For the peer support partner training, I'm
Mhm.
assuming you're doing that online now?
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and we will go back to doing, the goal is to have 2 online and then 2 live when we transition back to doing it live again. So, and so we want to continue a continuation of always doing it quarterly, but now it's just virtual.
I know that previously it was in person in
Mhm.
Austin, and I know there wasn't a lot of representation from South Texas. And as I spoke to different people and tried to encourage them, it was the whole travel thing and taking off from
Right.
work and, to take the time to go do that.
Right, and pre-COVID, we were talking about having the workshop in different locations. And that's something I'm definitely willing to do once we are able to travel and do that, because I do recognize that TPAPN is not just in Austin. We need to branch out and go to different locations and provide these workshops and educational sessions and things like that. So that is something hopefully in the future we'll be able to do, is travel and have that workshop in different locations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Dawn, this is Kathy Ship, and I think you've just done an amazing job. I think you have a lot of good things going on, and I think you're meeting the needs. I love the wellness part of that, because that just goes hand in hand with what they're doing. So thank you for that. Any
Thank
other
you.
questions, board members?
Madam
Dr.
President.
Edwards?
Oh, I'm so sorry. This is Kathy Lederhorn. I apologize. I did join the meeting late, and I just wanted to announce that I was here.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Edwards?
Yes. Ms. Webb, wow, that amazing. I echo what Kathy Ship is saying on the wellness piece. The cognitive behavior therapy, I've been reading a lot about it, being the really forefront runner in mental health and wellness now. So I love that you've integrated that, and I love the wellness cards, and I want to get those for my students. How can I get my hands on that for my students? Because nurses, we always put ourselves last and taking care of ourselves. And so I love that you're really focusing on that, and also the partnerships, the AREXA, the UT, all your
Mhm.
collaborations. You really should be commended. Your outreach program, your education, it's just amazing. And clearly it's showing results with your referrals. So thank you for helping good nurses get back on the right track.
Thank you. So the wellness cards, anyone who wants them, just let us know. You can email us at tpappenoutreach.texasnurses.org.
TPAPN outreach at texasnurses.org. And that's all one word, no dots between TPAPN outreach and texasnurses.org.
Nope.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Our
Yeah, and
students just get so stressed this time of year with finals and I teach the senior students and they're particularly stressed. So
yes, I would imagine.
appreciate anything, even though this is targeting nurses, they're going to be nurses,
Mhm.
you know, so I really appreciate that.
Well, and if we can teach that wellness early, and get these out to students, that's amazing. And we definitely want to do that. They come in little packages of 50. So 50, 100, just order them in increments of 50. And we'll get them mailed out within a week to you.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, board members? Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think I'll get them for my students. Maybe we can, maybe we can keep them out of TPAPN, which would
Yeah.
be a good thing. But we're glad we have TPAPN when they need it. So
Yes, there we have plenty, and we made sure that we ordered a lot because we want to get these out there. And we have to simplify self-care. I think that that's the biggest thing that I've been kind of noticing the past year is that we preach self-care, and if self-care is hard, then people aren't going to do it. So we have to find little simple things for people to do that don't take a lot of effort. And those wallet cards definitely keep it very simple.
great idea. Okay, any other questions of Dawn? This is not a voting item. It's a no action information report only. Nothing else? Okay.
Dawn, this is Kathy. I just have a quick question. It appeared on your report and I thought you might want to address it with the board. Do you still have 3 case manager positions open right now?
We do not. We just filled one. She started last week, Monday, and we have another position, another person starting on May 17th as a case manager. And amazingly qualified candidates. Both candidates are registered nurses and have their LPC license. Pretty amazing. Yeah, to get 2 candidates at the same time with both, I was pretty blown away by that. So very exciting hires.
So you only have 1 position open now, is that right?
Technically, yes, we have 1. Christina she transitioned to the outreach coordinator position, and because that's a transition, her position is technically available. But we had to fill the other position. So we do still have 1 open technically.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank
for
you
being
all.
here.
Yes,
We
I
appreciate
thank
it.
you. I appreciate your
Dawn.
time. All right, thank you.
job.
Have a great day. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, members, back to the agenda. 5.2 advisory committees and task forces. There are no reports. And the next agenda item is 5.3.1A, NCSBN report on the virtual mid-year meeting held March 9 to 11, 2021. It was virtual and I attended and Ms. Thomas attended. So I think we both were going to tell you a little bit. So Kathy, do you want to go first? Kathy Thomas? Or do you want me to go first?
Sorry, Kathy, sorry. I was just going to
That's
say the first day of the meeting is always a leadership meeting, and Kathy Ship and I both attended. It was really well done on diversity and inclusivity. And Kathy might want to talk a little bit more about that. And then we had a day where you get updates on what's going on in regulation. So the Model Act and Rules Committee reported that they have completed their charge. Um, they they uh, they addressed the charge looking at sort of modernization, best practices, what are antitrust issues, streamlining and the evidence there. Dusty served on this committee and can probably answer questions you have, but basically they went over the changes that are evidence-based, and they are going to send it to the board of directors at their May meeting with recommendation for adoption to the delegate assembly. And so in August, when the delegate assembly meets, they'll consider the model act and rules. There was a presentation on the next generation NCLEX, kind of an update from Phil Dickinson, the program director. It was excellent. And the video is available online right now for members, so you can check that out. And Phil is giving his lecture that he gave at the meeting, basically. It is going to involve shared sample item types. They have a mixture of new items and the old items. The new items consist of like a standalone question and then a case study question that is a series of questions regarding a case with all kinds of documents like the medical record documents that the nurse can look at as they go along. They know what the patient's vital signs are and so on. The whole clinical measurement tool is based on just sort of new names for the process, which is recognizing cues, analyzing those cues, prioritizing your hypotheses, generating your solutions, and taking action and evaluating outcomes. So I think one of the exciting things about this next generation NCLEX is it's going to include partial scoring, so that when you have these chains of questions that relate to the same case, there may be things that the person gets right and things that they don't. And so partial scoring will be permitted. The exam will roll out as early as 2023 after beta testing occurs. And beta testing is usually in two phases. One, it's with members, so it will go out to boards of nursing to participate. And then the second beta testing will involve students and select programs that that actually participate in the testing of the items in the entire exam. Okay, the other interesting thing that day was remote proctoring in the future, and the video on that is also available. I think the bottom line of this presentation is that we are not ready for remote proctoring for such a high stakes exam as we have, but that the science is being followed, it's developing, it's getting better. And there may be some point in the future when NCLEX could consider remote proctoring, not right now. And a number of other examination bodies have reached the same conclusion, although there are some that are offering remote proctoring now. You know, that was really caused by COVID when they didn't have a choice. So some will continue it. And I think those were the major things I wanted to point out. And I'll turn it back to Kathy Ship, who may have some other comments.
Well, it's always good to hear Phil talk about the next generation NCLEX, you know, and clinical judgment is what they're adding. And I just want the audience to know and our members to know that there are huge resources at the National Council website for staying up to date on what's going on and getting information. They also said that that test is going to have 135 questions, and it would be 3 case studies with 6 items on each case. So, you know, they're just getting the word out. The next NCLEX day conference is September 30th, and so registration is just now starting for that. And our members can go for free, and it's $75, and it is virtual, which really is not bad for schools of nursing. I think many should consider sending their people there. And I loved the thing about the remote proctoring. And he said it probably was about 3 years out. And it would be great to have something like that because we really struggled. We struggle with remote testing and the proctoring for those exams. So we also had the DEI emphasis, so diversity, equity, some are saying equality, and then inclusion. And so it was a good sharing time and really good showing about working on bias and the need to just have some of those conversations. And we had many different members at different times when we were in groups. So usually in the past in leadership, there's always one day of leadership that Kathy and I are together, and we really weren't. We were with a lot of mixed groups sharing their thoughts and all, and so it was it was really good. And we thought about in the future maybe even showing one of the videos that we saw there maybe for the board, and we've been talking about that. So I really encourage you to think about going to the annual. It's just good, a good variety, and to understand more about the organization. And National Council is so supportive of us and for all of the states. And then I always have my president's group that I'm the chair of during time, and Kathy goes to an EO group. And so that is always really good and very supportive of the presidents and just allows us to uh, stay in touch and just talk about what the different states have been encountering, especially in COVID, and how nurses and nursing students and all have really risen to the occasion. So I think it's always a good meeting. So anything else, Kathy?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Great. So the next thing that I have, that's no action, is 5.3.1B, appointment of board members to attend the annual meeting. And it's held virtually August 18th to 19th. And then we usually have I am usually the voting delegate, and then I'll have an alternate if something happens and I couldn't be there. And then we have a staff member and an alternate. And so I don't know if you have decided, Kathy, who your staff member is. And so if you want to let me know if you're going, it's really nice with it being virtual that many can go and participate. And it's always very informative. And then it's when we will be voting on different issues for the organization. Did you have something, Kathy?
No, we haven't appointed a member of the staff, but I imagine there will be quite a few staff there, so I'll have plenty of people to
Yeah,
choose from.
it's always wonderful to go to these meetings, and usually it's held in Chicago, so we won't be going this time. But when there's not the cost with travel, it's really nice that many more can be there virtually. And I think Laura had mentioned to me that she might like to try to participate, and I don't know if anyone else is interested. Um, but we definitely can get you in and get registered. So I don't know if anybody knows at this time if they'd be interested. I'm looking to see if there's any hands going up. So, okay. And that is not an action item either. So we have next on the agenda is a report for item 5.3.3, Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies Advisory Committee. Ms. Thomas?
I think Dr. Benton is going to present. She went to this meeting for me because I had a conflict.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Good
Yes.
afternoon, board members. The most recent meeting of the advisory committee of the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies was held on March 3rd virtually. Kathy had to testify before public health that day, so I attended the meeting for her. This is the annual meeting of this advisory committee where they review all of the reports that are drafted based on data received from nursing education programs in Texas about enrollment, about faculty, about students, about completion, etc. And we call these the NEPIS reports, which stands for the Nursing Education Program Information Survey. That's a mouthful. That survey is administered every October to all pre-licensure nursing education programs, to RN to BSN programs, as well as graduate nursing programs. So there are a number of reports. They're full of really good information, great sources of data for graduate students working on projects. But those were approved and those are now posted on their website. And they mentioned, the staff of the Workforce Center mentioned that they have recently made some updates to their website to make it a little bit easier to locate the reports. If you've ever gone online to try to find them, sometimes it's a little bit of a hunt. So now it's a little more user friendly. During the meeting, the organizations, including the Texas Hospital Association, the Nurses Association, and the Board of Nursing, and the Coordinating Board provided updates. And there are a few updates that I thought you might be interested in from the Workforce Center. They are updating their education dashboard. On their website, they have a map dashboard of all the nursing education programs in the state with various quality indicators. And that's being updated. Many of their surveys have been put on temporary hold and they'll, because of the pandemic, but they will resume them in 2022. And there was a small update given on the workplace violence prevention grant program. They administer that grant program. And because of the challenges posed by the pandemic, many of the grant awardees were delayed in implementing their grant projects. So they have had an extension to their terms until April 30th of 2022. So all that to say, it'll be a little bit longer to hear the outcomes of their programs. They're looking at creating their requests for proposals for workplace violence prevention grants for the next season. And they're really trying to target nursing homes, home health agencies, and smaller agencies. All of the grant recipients from the first round of grants were acute care facilities, and they tend to have resources such as a grant department or a grant writer position. And so they really want to try to target some of the smaller facilities for this next go round. They're also working on a faculty trends report based on the data that is gathered from the surveys that the Board of Nursing sends out. And I think that's about it. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions, board members? Hey, thank you, Dr. Chris. Appreciate it. The next is 6.1 Nurse Licensure Compact Update. Ms. Thomas?
Board members, this will be pretty quick. We do have 34 states in the Nurse Licensure Compact, and recently Guam also adopted the compact. That is going to be phased in. So right now, anyone with a multi-state license from another jurisdiction can practice in Guam. It's a long way away from us, but it's still an option, and the residents won't be able to obtain a multi-state license until full implementation in 2022. And that's, if you remember, that's how New Jersey did it too. And this year they're implementing fully. So that gives us a number of states. We also have a few in the pipeline. In addition to Guam, there are bills in about 5 other states that are still pending. This major opposition has come from nursing unions or unions in general, and they have never really given a reason for that. But in some states, the union seems to want to keep maybe some people who can freely move from coming into their state. They believe their state's requirements are better and so on. There is an annual report of the compact now available, and I gave you the link in my report. It's on the National Council website, and it's for fiscal year 2020. And, you know, one of the things this report highlights is how much the pandemic really emphasized the need for the compact more than ever. It was seen as more of a modernizing solution to mobility and access. And a lot of states that didn't just kind of open their doors to let anybody come in would let compact nurses come in, and others had to apply for a license. So that was very seen as very beneficial. It appears that the federal government is very supportive of the concept, and they're funding through the Department of Labor some additional grants for professions that have not yet considered a compact to consider developing one. Okay, and then they've just got a couple of educational things going on. One is the Compact Connection, which you can sign on to so that you get those alerts, and I gave you that subscribe site. That is just sort of an update on the compact that you get on a regular basis. And then they're offering free webinars, which are mostly useful to our staff because they talk about the operational part of the compact in segments like administrative oversight and enforcement and those kinds of things. So we have staff attending those now. There's a series of them, and they repeat themselves every so often. And then lastly, I just wanted to tell you the APRN compact, just to remind you that that compact that had been in existence was not moving, and primarily because it was difficult to pass a compact that had full practice authority for some states. So anyway, we revisited that as a committee of the National Council and made some recommendations to Delegate Assembly to help with that adoption. These changes were approved by the Delegate Assembly last year, and on March 10th, North Dakota enacted the new APRN compact. It'll take 7 states to prompt a effective date, so they're on the way to promoting that. I gave you the reference for an article in the JNR by Nicole Lavanos, who's a lawyer who works for the council, who's written a explanation of the APRN compact with the new changes in it in the October 2020 issue of the journal. And remember, you can access that as a member for free. And if you don't know how to do that, I'm happy to help you with that. That's all I have. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. You know, the old compact was 25. And so to be already at 34 and 5 more states heading that direction is really good and really good for our access to care and helping our nurses be more mobile and hoping to have that for APRNs before long. So the requirement for that they did was that they would have after 1 year of practice, then they could enter into the compact as an APRN. So was it 2080? Did they do the whole year, or was it just that?
Yes, and
Okay.
it's not a transition to practice program like some states have, but it is a work requirement before you can qualify for a multi-state license.
That seemed to have more favor for the majority of the states in the country, and so it was decided. And there was a lot of discussion about it, and some states weren't happy about it, but they felt like that would possibly get it passed a little faster since the other one had been slow moving. So Okay, thank you very much. And so now I see that John and Gina are on. So we'll go to 7.4, consideration of proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 221.14 relating to nurse midwives providing controlled substances. Is that John?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, hear you great.
Board members, during the rule review process for chapters 221, staff became aware of amendments to Texas Occupations Code section 157.059. Now, this is the statute that governs the delegation of certain obstetrical service acts to midwives. The statute implicates Board Rule 221.14, which was currently out for review. Staff is recommending proposing amendments consistent with that updated statute. The recommended amendments can be found in attachment A of the board report. The proposed amendments would update the authority of a physician to delegate the supplying of controlled substances under the limited circumstances laid out in the rule from 3 nurse midwives to 7 nurse midwives, which is the current number allowed under the amended statute. Additionally, the proposed amendments would clarify that a prescriptive authority agreement is another avenue for delegation in addition to the other methods and rule and the statute. I'm happy to answer any questions about this item as far as updating 221.14, and I've brought Dr. Zyke here as well if you have any questions for her relating to nurse midwife practice. Thank you.
I had a question. And so it's required by us or the state that they have their prescriptive authority number on prescriptions. And it doesn't say that specifically here, but it says applicable drug laws. And so I'm wondering, is that just understood in that area?
So this is a separate statutory scheme aside from our prescriptive authority scheme that is specific to nurse midwives, and it only applies into the intra-postpartum and immediate postpartum, and for care not to exceed 48 hours.
Okay. I just wondered, I was trying to kind of understand the suitable container. So
I don't know that our rule addresses that. Dr. Zyke, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Let me jump in, John. Good afternoon, board members. This statute is really not specific to requirement for prescriptive authority. This is actually separate and apart from the prescriptive authority. And Ms. Thomas can help me with the history here, but my understanding is the reason this originated is when you think back in the day when physicians still made house calls and they visited their patients, when they would go to a patient's home for a patient in labor and to deliver a baby, they would bring their black bag, and in there they would have their equipment, and they would also have drugs necessary to assist the patient who was in labor and then immediately postpartum. The intent of this section of the statute is to allow the nurse midwife to have that same ability so that when they're doing deliveries in a patient's home, they can bring those drugs with them and provide them to the patient. So they don't, this allows for nurse midwives to provide drugs to a patient only during the intrapartum and the 48-hour postpartum period, and they're providing the drug actually to the patient rather than writing a prescription for it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, because
Sure.
it was, you know, I just kept thinking there's got to be more to this to be able to understand. And so that's perfectly clear now. So thank you.
The majority of nurse midwives do have prescriptive authority, but we do have a small number that do not. And so this is about the only time they offer drugs to their patients, and this is what they do it under.
Okay, great. Okay, any other questions, board members? Thank you, Dr. Zyke. So could I have a motion, please, on agenda item 7.4?
Madam President, may I
Yes.
make a motion? This is Kim Wright. I move to approve the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 221.14 pertaining to nurse midwives providing controlled substances as set out in Attachment A, with authority for the General Counsel to make editorial changes as necessary to clarify rule and board intent and to comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register. If no negative comments and no requests for a public hearing are received, move to adopt the proposed amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 221.14 pertaining to nurse midwives providing controlled substances as proposed.
Hey, there's a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Laura? Thank you. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. If you'll go to your board docs, and if there are any that are having trouble, if you'll tell me what that verbal vote is.
This is
So it's
Daryl.
come on the screen now. Okay, Daryl,
I still don't see it on my side. So this is Daryl. I vote yay.
and you're for?
Some for.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else having trouble to access board docs?
Madam President, all votes have been submitted for. The vote is unanimous.
So the motion passes. Thank you very much. Okay. So I think I'm showing that we have covered everything. Is that correct with you, Ms. Thomas? And we are moving to 8.6.1. Consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate 198828 issued to Aletha LaShawn, so at docket number 507-210448. And Ms. Abel will present this agenda item.
Thank you, Madam President. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you great.
Good afternoon, board members. This proposal for decision was the result of a contested case hearing at the State Office of Administrative Hearings in which the respondent represented herself. The respondent's license was temporarily suspended on October 20th of 2020 by the board based upon violations of the respondent's May 12th, 2020 board order. A hearing was held on November 4th, 2020 to determine if probable cause existed to uphold the temporary suspension, and the administrative law judge issued an order on November 10th of 2020 finding that probable cause did exist to continue the suspension pending a final hearing in this matter. The final hearing was held on December 3rd, 2020. At the conclusion of the hearing, the administrative law judge found that the respondent produced specimens for random drug screens that resulted positive for metabolites of alcohol, and that was on two occasions, July 14th and August 11th of 2020. Consumption of alcohol was prohibited by the board's May 12th, 2020 order. The ALJ also found that the results of the test were not caused by the respondent's diabetes, by gastric bypass, or by a current urinary tract infection, or by accident. As a result, the administrative law judge recommended that the respondent's license be suspended until she can ascertain 12 months of verifiable sobriety, to be followed by a 3-year probationary order. The respondent, like all respondents are, was provided an opportunity to provide written briefing to the board for your consideration prior to your deliberation and vote today, and that's pursuant to the Government Code Section 2001.062 and Board Rule 213.23C. And Ms. Austin's written submission has been included as part of your board materials. Staff is recommending that the board adopt the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law that are contained in the PFD and approve the proposed order that is contained in your board materials. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. And at this time, I will note the following board members will recuse from the consideration and vote on this agenda item as they were the members of the E&D committee that considered the emergency suspension in this matter. And that's Ms. Disk, Mr. Saucedo, and Ms. Wright. So any questions, board members, or statements? Okay.
This is Tamara, and I'd like to make a motion.
Great, thank you.
I move to adopt all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and impose an enforced suspension against the respondent's license to be followed by a 3-year probated suspension with stipulations as is set out in the attached proposed order.
This is Allison Edwards. I second the motion.
Okay. Thank you. So having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote in board docs. So Mr. Chambers,
Yes, I vote for.
okay.
Madam President, I'm not receiving a vote from Maisie Jamison.
Okay, Maisie, we're not getting your vote. Are you for?
Oh, she just was able to submit it.
Oh, okay, we just got it.
Okay. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 members voting for and 3 abstain.
Okay, are the abstained Dis, Saucedo, and Wright?
That is correct.
Okay, so the motion passes. Thank you very much. Next, we will consider agenda item 8.6.2, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 581865 issued to Leanne Bryant, SOA docket number 507201549. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this proposal for decision was the result of a contested case hearing that was held at the State Office of Administrative Hearings on December 2020, and the respondent was represented by counsel at that hearing. Following the hearing, the administrative law judge found that the respondent left the operating room in which she was assigned to work as the operating room nurse for an ear, nose, and throat procedure, that she walked to the parking lot and self-administered Dilaudid. Additionally, the respondent admitted doing so to the staff of the facility. This event occurred in January of 2019. Additionally, the respondent misappropriated 16 vials of Dilaudid between the time periods of November 2018 and January 2019 by altering the anesthesiologist record of 11 patients by stating that the Dilaudid had been ordered for the procedures by the anesthesiologist, when in fact the anesthesiologist had not ordered Dilaudid for any of those procedures. Further, the respondent has a history with the board. In 1995, she voluntarily surrendered her license. In June of 1999, her license was reinstated with requirements of abstention of alcohol and drugs, among other things. In May of 2008, she again voluntarily surrendered her license based upon findings of misappropriation of medications and the intemperate use of hydromorphone and morphine. In 2011, her license was again reinstated with similar stipulations. The ALJ is recommending revocation of the respondent's license. The ALJ found no mitigating factors were presented during the hearing, but the ALJ found several aggravating factors to include patient vulnerability, repetitive conduct, and prior discipline involving similar conduct, as well as a lack of truthfulness. And those aggravating and mitigating factors are noted on page 17 of the PFD. Staff is recommending that you adopt the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law and revoke the respondent's license. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions, board members? Okay. So Rick, could I have a motion, please?
Yes, Madam President. I'd like to make a motion to move to adopt all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and revoke the respondent's license as is set out in the attached proposed order.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
I will
Laura?
second.
Okay. Thank you, Laura. So having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. Mr. Chambers?
Yes, this is Daryl. I vote for.
Thank you.
Madam President, all
Yes.
votes are for. It is
Okay, so
unanimous.
unanimous, motion carries. Thank you. Next, we'll consider agenda item 8.6.3, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 593764 issued to Michelle Lynn Fisher, SOA docket number 507202505. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this proposal for decision was the result of a contested case hearing that was held at the State Office of Administrative Hearings on November 19th of 2020. The respondent was represented by counsel during that hearing. In May of 2018, the respondent was working for a staffing agency and reported to work at a facility in Floresville, Texas in the ICU unit. The administrative law judge found that the respondent was behaving erratically from the time of her arrival. She did not answer questions appropriately. She became verbally aggressive. She was cursing and acted oddly. Due to the respondent's inability to work safely, the ALJ found that there was an elevated risk of harm to the patients. But the respondent was intercepted by other staff before she ever saw a patient, so there was no evidence of actual patient harm. The administrative law judge found the respondent was not fit to take care of patients or to safely perform nursing duties when she reported to work. As a result, the ALJ did find violations of the Nursing Practice Act and board rules. The ALJ is recommending a reprimand with stipulations to include remedial education classes, employer notifications, a period of supervision, and quarterly employer reports. However, the ALJ did not recommend drug testing. The ALJ found that although the use of drugs could not be ruled out as causing the respondent's conduct, there is no evidence produced to show that it was the cause of the respondent's behavior that day, and that it could not instead have been caused by a flare-up of the respondent's health condition. And there's a discussion on page 10 and 11 of the PFD to that effect. Staff is recommending that you adopt the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law that are contained in the PFD and approve the order that's contained in your board materials, which does not include requirements for drug testing. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have some.
Any questions, board members? Okay. Ms. Lederhorn, could I have a motion?
I apologize, I wasn't quick enough.
can make a motion.
Yes, do you mind? I'm sorry.
Okay.
No. Madam President, I move to adopt all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and impose a reprimand with stipulations for 2 years against the respondent's license as it is set out in the attached proposed order.
And I'll
Great.
second. This is Kathy
Okay.
Lederhorn. Sorry.
Thank you. No problem. Okay, having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. Mr. Chambers?
Yes, and I vote for.
Okay, thank you. So sorry that we don't have that working for you.
I keep looking to see if it's going to pop up.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Keep looking to see if it's going to pop up, but nothing.
Oh,
Madam President, all votes are
mhm.
for. It is unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you. Next on the agenda is 8.6.4, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 905-780 issued to Rachel Mabai Imba. SOA docket number 507-202813. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this proposal for decision was the result of a contested case hearing that was held at the State Office of Administrative Hearings in September of 2020, and the respondent was represented by counsel during that hearing. This case involved the respondent's practice as a home health nurse in January of 2019. The respondent was working the 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift, and towards the end of her shift, the oncoming nurse had failed to arrive. The respondent called the on-call supervisor, who told her she could leave, and the oncoming nurse was running late. The respondent then left the patient in the care of his 14-year-old sister, who had not been approved as a caregiver. The patient's approved caregiver, which was his mother, was not present at the home when the respondent left. The oncoming nurse did not arrive until about 8 a.m., and the patient was left in the care of his sister during that time. The respondent thought the patient's sister was an approved caregiver, but she did not verify that before she left the home. By leaving the patient in the care of a minor, untrained caregiver, the administrative law judge found that the respondent violated the home health agency's policies and also posed a risk of harm to the patient. The administrative law judge thus found violations of the Nursing Practice Act and board rules and recommended a warning with stipulations. And in the first PFD letter that the ALJ issued, the recommendation was a generic appropriate stipulations. The respondent filed exceptions in which the respondent requested that the administrative law judge make specific recommendations regarding which stipulations should accompany the warning. The administrative law judge then issued a final letter ruling in which she recommended remedial education courses and incident reporting. The administrative law judge did not recommend that the respondent's license be limited or that she be subject to direct supervision. The administrative law judge issued this ruling before staff filed a response to the respondent's exceptions. And as a result, staff filed an unopposed motion to be able to file a response to the respondent's exceptions based on the fact that staff never received a copy of respondent's exceptions and never had a chance to respond to those. The administrative law judge declined to allow staff to file a response, claiming that the State Office of Administrative Hearings no longer had jurisdiction over that matter. And all of those filings and letters are included in your board packet for your reference. Following the issuance of the ALJ's final letter, declining staff the opportunity to file a response to respondents' exceptions, the parties reached a settlement agreement, which is included in your packet. If this PFD was considered by the board, staff would be recommending the imposition of indirect supervision in lieu of incident reporting, as was recommended by the administrative law judge. The administrative law judge recommended that direct supervision not be imposed and that the respondent's license not be limited, and indirect supervision would be consistent with those parameters. But it would preserve the board's precedent in cases like this where a warning with stipulations is typically recommended. An agreed order, on the other hand, is a settlement between the parties, and it does not create the same type of precedent in the same way that the adoption or modification of a proposal for decision does. Further, an agreed order necessarily includes a waiver of appeal, whereas the adoption of an order on a PFD could be appealed to district court and could be tied up for a long time in subsequent litigation. In an effort to avoid these issues, the parties discussed the matter. The respondent has signed a proposed agreed order, which is included in your board packet, and is asking the board to enter the agreed order in lieu of considering the proposal for decision. It is staff's recommendation that the board approve the signed proposed agreed order as a settlement of this matter in lieu of considering modification of the ALJ's recommended sanction. If approved, the proposed agreed order would resolve all outstanding issues that could arise from the issuance of this proposal for decision. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about that.
Okay. Any questions, board members?
I do have
Okay.
a question. I
Yes.
have a question. So it's going to be indirect supervision?
So the proposed agreed order that's in your packet is incident reporting.
And her working, she has to work in a clinical, let me go back to,
That's correct. She still has to work the normal amount of hours in a direct patient care setting, just like she would in any type of board order where there's a work stipulations. The only difference is that the incident reporting is not the indirect supervision requirement. It is just that if there are any issues that arise, the employer has to notify the board, and those are set forth in the agreed order. It states what kinds of things would rise to that level. So probation, suspensions, any type of reprimands from the employer, things like that.
and home health is not considered a clinical, direct clinical care setting.
Home health is considered a clinical setting. Normally, I think what you're thinking of is it would be prohibited in an indirect or direct supervisory stipulation, but for an incident reporting stipulation, it is not prohibited.
Any other discussion? Okay, do I have a motion on agenda 8.6.4?
This is Kathy Lederhorn. I'll make a motion. I move to approve the attached proposed agreed order signed by the respondent.
This is Allison and I'll second.
Okay. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take an oral, we'll now take a vote through board docs.
This is Daryl. I will give an oral vote for.
Okay. And are you for? What was your?
Yes.
What,
Yes.
okay.
Yes, I'm for.
Madam President, all votes are for. The vote is unanimous.
Okay, the motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will do 8.6.5, consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 236013 issued to Cindy Farrell Tao, as SOA docket number 507203473. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this proposal for decision was the result of a contested case hearing at the State Office of Administrative Hearings in August of 2020, and the respondent was represented by counsel during that hearing. This case involves the respondent's employment in performing IV immunoglobulin infusions in patients' homes. The pumps were pre-programmed by the clinical nurse coordinator and checked by a pharmacist before being provided to the respondent for administration to the patient. This pre-programming system did not allow for accidental changes to be made to the pump's infusion rates, and any changes had to be made manually. Following the hearing, the administrative law judge found that the respondent changed the rate of the infusion pump on 2 separate occasions and administered Privigen, which is a blood product, to the patient at a rate higher than ordered. Further, the administrative law judge found that the respondent pre-wrote the assessment times and pump times on the nurse's notes or the vital sign assessment sheets, and also recorded time entries that were not accurate. As a result, the administrative law judge recommended a warning with stipulations to include remedial education courses, indirect supervision, employer notifications, and employer quarterly reporting. Staff is recommending that you adopt the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and enter the order that is contained in your board packet. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about that.
Any questions, board members? If there are no questions, could I have a motion, please?
This is Tamara,
Okay.
and I'll make a motion. I move to adopt all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and impose a warning with stipulations for 1 year against the respondent's license as is set out in the attached proposed order.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
Just Rick, I second.
Okay, Rick. Thank you. Having a motion and a second, will you please vote?
This is Daryl, and I vote for.
Okay, thank you, Daryl.
Madam President, all votes are for. The vote is unanimous.
Okay, the motion passes. It's unanimous. Next, we'll consider agenda item 8.6.6. Consideration of proposal for decision, recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 664-853 issued to Terry Douglas Wilmore, SOA docket number 507196591. Now, is Mr. Vanderford doing this one?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay, thank you, John.
Thank you. Board members, staff brought 2 charges against Mr. Wilmore, who was represented by counsel at hearing. Both charges took place on a PICU at Texas Children's Hospital in Dallas. The first charge took place on July 9th, 2017, and that charge related to the respondent's programming of a fentanyl drip at the incorrect rate and respondent's failure to notify the physician of the incorrect rate of infusion. The fentanyl was infusing faster than the doctor's order. Additionally, for this same patient, respondent failed to ensure that a stat blood order infusion was implemented timely. Now, the second charge took place on July 24th, 2017, in which respondent either documented an erroneous assessment of the patient's IV site or correctly documented a change in condition of the patient's IV site, but failed to notify the physician of the change. The patient's IV site was found to be severely infiltrated when discovered by the oncoming nurse approximately an hour later. The administrative law judge found that staff proved its allegations by preponderance of the evidence. The judge, after making that determination, analyzed the aggravating and mitigating factors in this case. The ALJ found the following aggravating factors: actual harm to patients, more than one violation. Vulnerable patients, the conduct was serious. There were no attempts to stop or correct practice deficiencies. Respondent did not show progress despite multiple interventions by children's staff during orientation. The continued practice of the respondent poses an ongoing threat to public safety without remediation, and that it is questionable whether the respondent can function autonomously, exercise appropriate judgment and client care, conform to applicable law, and promptly recognize and self-disclose errors and omissions that affect patient health. The ALJ found it mitigating. The respondent had a successful career as a flight nurse, practiced nursing for over 20 years, and practices within standards at his current place of employment. Ultimately, analyzing all of this, the ALJ found the respondent's conduct warranted a second-tier level 1 violation for his violations of sections 301.452B10 and 13. The ALJ recommended the sanction of a reprimand with stipulations to include courses in nursing jurisprudence and ethics, documentation, medication administration, physical assessment, and critical thinking. The work stipulations that were recommended are employer notifications, direct supervision for the first year, followed by indirect supervision for the second year, employer quarterly reports, and no autonomous practice settings. Staff agrees that the ALJ's recommendation of a reprimand is the appropriate sanction in this case and recommends that the board adopt the findings of facts and conclusions of law in the PFD as well as the recommended sanction. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions about this PFD.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. There are no discussion. Do I have a motion?
This is Kathy Lederhorn. I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move to adopt all of the proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law in the PFD and imposed a reprimand with stipulations for 2 years against the respondent's license as is set out in the attached proposed order.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Was that Allison? No, who was it? Oh, Laura.
Laura.
Thank you. Okay, having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. Mr. Chambers?
Yes, I vote for.
Okay.
Madam President, all votes are for. The vote is unanimous.
The vote is unanimous. Thank you, board members. Next, we'll consider items under 8.7, ALJ default proposal for decision and remand. Agenda item 8.7.3, consideration of order of dismissal and remand recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 309965 issued to Tiffany Grace Kling, SOA docket number 507204450. We have no recusals on this item. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this contested case was heard at the State Office of Administrative Hearings on January 28, 2021. However, the respondent did not appear, and a default dismissal was issued by the State Office of Administrative Hearings, dismissing the case from its docket and remanding it to the board for disposition. Pursuant to Board Rule 213.33M, staff is recommending that you revoke the respondent's license by default.
Thank you, board members. And in this item, you'll see what the board action is. It's a little confusing because on the main sheet, it says consent, but it was pulled off of consent. So we need a motion on 8.7.3, and it would be that board action that is in the contained in the case. Do I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make the motion, Madam President.
Okay,
Madam President, I move to adopt the attached proposed order and revoke the respondent's nursing license by default.
thank you. Thank you very much, Rick. And then a second?
I'll second. This is Kim Wright.
Okay, okay, great. Thank you. Having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote.
Madam President, this is Dusty Johnston. I
Mhm.
think I heard you say that there were no recusals in this particular case. I think,
Yes, sir. They're on the next one.
oh, I thought you were on 8.7.3, excuse me.
Yes, we are, but we were clarified early this morning that those recusals are on 8.7.4
Okay.
for Miss Abel. Thank you.
And Madam President, this is Daryl. I vote for.
Yes, okay. And Daryl is voting yes, Patricia. Sorry.
Not getting board member, oh, there we go.
So all members should be voting.
Board member, board president, all votes are for, the vote is unanimous.
All votes are for, and the vote is unanimous. So at this time, we will go to 8.7.4 that we pulled off of consent this morning. And there will be recusals from Mr. Salcedo, Ms. Lederhorn, and Ms. Disk. This is consideration of order of dismissal and remand recommendations, proposed settlement agreements, if any, and board action in the matter of permanent certificate number 336964 issued to Stephanie Laughlin. SOA docket number 507210702. Ms. Abel?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this contested case was heard at the State Office of Administrative Hearings on January 12th of 2021. This matter followed the temporary suspension of the respondent's license by the board on November 24th of 2020. A probable cause hearing was held upholding the temporary suspension of the board, and a final hearing was set. However, the respondent did not appear at the final hearing. As a result, the State Office of Administrative Hearings issued a default dismissal and remanded the case to the board for final disposition. Pursuant to Board Rule 213.33M, staff is recommending that you revoke the respondent's license by default.
Okay, hold on just 1 second. So when you click on 8.7.4, it comes up 8.7.3.
There is a typo on the agenda item if you look at 8.7.3, but it is in the matter of Stephanie Laughlin, which is 8.7.4.
Okay, just clarifying. All right, so just let the record reflect that when the board document comes up, it is agenda item 8.7.4 in the matter of Stephanie Laughlin. Is everybody clear? Okay. And
Madam
so,
President, would you like a
yes,
motion?
yes,
Okay. I move to adopt the attached proposed order and revoke the respondent's nursing license by default.
thank you. And then I need a second.
This is Rick Williams, I second.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. If all will vote.
This is Daryl, and I vote for.
Okay, thank you, Daryl.
Madam President, we have 9 votes for and 3 recusals. The recusals are Laura Disk, David Salcedo, and Kathy Lederhorn.
Okay, so we have 9 for, and recusals are Ms. Disk, Ms. Horn, and Mr. Salcedo. I'm trying to get my paperwork. So motion passes. Great. Thank you. Okay. We're coming down the stretch. Here we go. So that concludes all of the items except to miscellaneous 9.1 and 9.2. Is that what you have, Ms. Thomas? We're all good? Okay. And thank you, esteemed lawyers, for all of your help with that.
Sorry, Kathy. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So 9.1, review of board quarterly meeting evaluation. And I decided I'm not going to read that. They're in there and you guys have read them from the end. Just if you have any questions. One of the comments was that we would try to vote through board docs and maybe it go a little faster than me calling everyone's name. And I think it is. We just need to figure out how to get Daryl on. And thank you for being here, Daryl. And I did not have as many evaluations this last time, so I would like for you to try to remember to get your evaluations in. And hopefully we won't have as many technology issues, and hopefully by October we'll be able to meet face to face, and we'll have a place to do that. So the staff is working hard to find that. That's 9.1. Any questions or statements? Yes, Yes, Dr. Edwards.
Just wanted to thank Patricia and board staff for getting board docs voting. I do feel like it went a lot more smoothly. It wasn't as laborious and tedious, and I hope it was easier on you, Madam President. So I
Yes.
appreciate that effort in making us move into this century with technology.
Yes. So I do hope we get to move into the century of face-to-face once again. So maybe for sure October. So 9.2, which is kind of interesting because of COVID and pandemic, we did not get our executive director and board evaluations done earlier and ready last year due to that. So we were late doing them. So it seems like we're turning around and we're just doing them again, and we are. But this is the correct time to try to do it, and it just needs to be done. So again, we will be having they'll be sent out to you, I guess. And is it still going to be SurveyMonkey that it comes in? Is that what it came in last time? And we'll be evaluating ourselves. And then Ms. Thomas's evaluation of herself will be sent to us, and then we'll do her evaluation. Because the 13 of us, she is our one employee, and then she handles the agency. Is that correct, Patricia? SurveyMonkey?
Yes, we'll be using SurveyMonkey again.
Yes. So be watching for it when it comes out.
Board members, Patricia will remind you, but the survey comes directly from SurveyMonkey, so you want to make sure that your email allows that to come in, and look for that instead of from the board staff.
Yes.
And just so that board members, so we can be give you an idea, I think we'll be sending that survey out sometime around June the 21st with a deadline to submit the results by July the 2nd so that the evaluations can be compiled and put in the board mail out for the July board meeting.
I always have the best intentions to get it done early, but I'm like, oh, it's the 21st. I've got time. And then I missed deadline or I'm doing it at midnight. So we'll try to do better. So, you know, it would be great if we in July, but that building damage and all to the facility, and we'll just I think better planning for October is going to make a smoother transition. Any questions or statements or?
Board members, this is Kathy Thomas. I'll just add that this was another set of surveys that had a low response rate, and that's not usually the case. So hopefully, I mean, I think the pandemic probably had a lot to do with that, but just keep
Oh,
that in mind. Last year.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. If we don't have anything else, then it's 2:42. And thank you all so much and welcome, Daryl. And we're adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
staff.
Bye,
Great job.
everybody.